20 men. If we cannot prevail on them to fight, let us light a fire upon them 433, and if they submit themselves and yield to us, we will take them prisoners, but if they refuse we will leave them for fuel to the fire, so shall they become to men of foreseeing mind a warning dire. May the Messiah on their fathers have no grace, and may the sojourn of the Nazarenes be for them no abiding place. So they carried fuel to the jaws of the cavern and set fire to it. Thereupon Sharkan and his companions made sure of perdition and yielded themselves prisoners. And while they were in this condition, lo! The night their captain said to those who counseled their slaughter, It is not for any save for King Aphrodon to kill them, that he may gratify his wrath, therefore it behoveth us to keep them in durance by us till the morrow, when we will journey with them to Constantinople and deliver them to our king, who shall deal with them as he please. Said they, This is the right course, and he commanded to pinion them and set guards over them. Then, as soon as it was black night, the infidels busied themselves with feasting and making festival, and they called for wine and drank it till all fell upon their backs. Now Sharkan and his brother, Zalmakan, were in confinement, and so also were his companion knights, whereupon the elder turned to the younger brother and said to him, O my brother, how win free? By Allah, replied Zalmakan, I know not, for here we be like birds in cage. Then Sharkan waxed wroth and sighed for excess of rage and stretched himself, till his pinion bonds brast asunder, whereupon being free he arose and went up to the captain of the guard, and taking from his pocket the keys of the fetters, freed Zalmakan and the Wazir Dandan and the rest of his men. Then he turned to the two and said, I desire to slay 3 of these infidels and take and don their dress, we 3, so that we shall be guised as Greeks, and we will pass through them, without their knowing us, and fare forth to our own force. Replied Zalmakan, This is no safe counsel, for if we kill them, I fear some of their comrades may hear their shrieks and the foe be aroused upon us and kill us. 'Twere the surer way to pass out of the defile. So they agreed upon this and set out, and, when they had left the head of the strait a little distance behind, they saw horses picketed and the riders sleeping, and Sharkan said to his brother, Better we take each one of us a steed. There were 25 horsemen, so they took 25 horses, whilst Allah sent sleep upon the infidels for a purpose he knew, and the faithful mounted and fared on till they were out of reach. Meanwhile Sharkan set to gathering from the infidels as many weapons, swords, and spears, as were wanted. And while they took saddle and struck forwards, none of the infidels supposed that anyone could release Zalmakan and his brother and their men, or that their prisoners had power to escape. Now when all the captives were saved from the unfaithful, Sharkan came up with his comrades, and found them awaiting his arrival, on coals of flame, expecting him in anxious grame, so he turned to them and said, Feel no fear, since Allah protecteth us. I have that to propose which haply shall effect our purpose. What is it? Asked they, and he answered, I desire that ye all climb to the mountain top and cry out with one voice, Allahu Akbar. And ye add, the army of Al-Islam is upon you. Allahu Akbar. This wise their company will surely be dissolved, nor will they find out the trick, for they are drunk, but they will think that the Moslem troops have encompassed them about on all sides and have mingled with them, so they will fall on one another brand in hand during the confusion of drunkenness and sleep, and we will cleave them asunder with their own swords, and the scimitar will go round amongst them till dawn. Replied Zalmakan, This plan is not good. We should do better to make our way to our army and speak not a word, for if we cry out Allahu Akbar, they will wake and fall on us, and not one of us will escape. Rejoined Sharkan, By Allah, though they should awake 'tis no matter, and I long that ye fall in with my plan, for naught save good can come of it. So they agreed thereon and clomb the mountain and shouted, Allahu Akbar. And hills and trees and rocks reworded their Allahu Akbar for fear of the Almighty. But when the Kafirs heard the slogan they cried out to one another, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. Now when it was the 100th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Sharrkan spake thus, I long that ye fall in with this my plan, for naught save good can come of it. So they agreed thereon and clomb the mountain head and shouted, Allahu Akbar, and hills and trees and rocks reworded their Allahu Akbar for fear of the Almighty. The infidels heard it and cried out one to other and donned their armor and said, The foe is upon us, by the truth of the Messiah. Then they fell on one another and slew of their own men more than any knoweth save Almighty Allah. As soon as it was dawn, they sought for the captives, but found no trace of them, and their captains said, They who did this were the prisoners in our possession, up, then, and after them in all haste till ye overtake them, when we will make them quaff the cup of requital, and let not fright nor the panic of sudden awaking possess you. So they took horse and rode after the fugitives, and it wanted but an eye twinkling before they overtook them and surrounded them. Now when Za al-Makan saw this, he was seized with increase of terror and said to his brother, What I feared would come, is come upon us, and now it remaineth only for us to fight for the faith. But Sharrkan preferred to hold his peace. Then Za al-Makan and his companions rushed down from the hill crest, shouting, Allahu Akbar, and his men repeated the war cry and addressed themselves to fight and to sell their lives in the service of the Lord of faithful men, and while they were in this case, behold, they heard many voices voicing, There is no God but the God. God is most great. Salutation and salvation upon the Apostle, the bringer of glad tidings, the bearer of bad tidings. 434 So they turned towards the direction of the sound and saw a company of Moslems who believed in one God, pushing towards them, whereat their hearts were hardened, and Sharrkan charged upon the infidels crying out, There is no God but the God. God is most great, he and those with him, so that earth quaked as with an earthquake, and the unbeliever host brake asunder and fled into the mountains, and the Moslems followed them with lunge and blow, and Za al-Makan and his comrades of the Moslems ceased not to smite the hosts of the infidel foe, and parted heads from bodies till day darkened and night coming on stark in sight. Thereupon the Moslems drew together and passed the night in congratulations, and, when morning dawned and daybreak shone with its shine and sheen, they saw Bahram, the captain of the Daylamites, and Rustam, the captain of the Turks, advancing to join them, with 20,000 cavaliers like lions grim. As soon as they saw Za al-Makan, the riders dismounted and saluted him, and kissed ground between his hands, when he said to them, Rejoice ye in the glad tidings of the victory of the Moslem and the discomfiture of the tribe of unbelievers. Then they gave one another joy of their deliverance and of the greatness of their reward after resurrection day. Now the cause of the coming of the succor to that place was this. When the Emir Bahram and the Emir Rustam and the chief chamberlain, with the Moslem host and flags flaunting high ahead, came in sight of Constantinople, they saw that the Nazarenes had mounted the walls and manned the towers and the forts, and had set all their defenders in order of defense. As soon as they learned of the approach of the host of al-Islam and the banners Mohammedan, and they heard the clash of arms and the noise of war voices and tramp of horse hoofs, and from their lookouts they beheld the Moslems, with their standards and ensigns of the faith of unity under the dust clouds, and lo! They were like a flight of locusts or rain clouds raining rain, and the voices of the Moslems chanting the Quran and glorifying the Compassionate One, struck their ears. Now the infidels knew of the approach of this host through Zat al-Dawahi with her craft and whoredom 435 calumny and contrivance. And the armies of al-Islam drew near, as it were the swollen sea, for the multitude of footmen and horsemen and women and children. Then quoth the general of the Turks to the general of the Daylamites, O Emir, of a truth, we are in jeopardy from the multitude of the foe who is on the walls. Look at yonder bulwarks and at this world of folk like the seas that clash with dashing billows. Indeed yon infidel outnumbereth us an hundredfold, and we cannot be safe from spies who may inform them that we are without a sultan. In very sooth, we run danger from these enemies, whose numbers may not be told and whose resources none can withhold, especially in the absence of King Za-al-Makan and his brother Sharkan and the illustrious Wazir Dandan. If they know of this, they will be emboldened to attack us in their absence, and with the sword they will annihilate us to the last man, not one of us safety shall see. So it is my counsel that thou take 10,000 riders of the allies and the Turks, and march them to the hermitage of Matruhina and the meadow of Malukana in quest of our brothers and comrades. If thou act by my advice, it may be we shall approve ourselves the cause of their deliverance, in case they be hard pressed by the infidels, and if thou act not, blame will not attach to me. But, an ye go, it behoveth that ye return quickly, for ill suspicion is part of prudence. The emir aforesaid fell in with his counsel, so they chose 20,000 horse and they set out covering the roads and making for the monastery above mentioned. So much for the cause of their coming, but as regards the ancient dame, Zat al-Dawahi, as soon as she had delivered Sultan Za-al-Makan and his brother Sharkan and the Wazir Dandan into the hands of the infidels, the foul whore mounted a swift steed, saying to the faithless, I design to rejoin the Moslem army which is at Constantinople and contrive for their destruction, for I will inform them that their chiefs are dead, and when they hear that from me, their joining will be disjointed and the cord of their confederation cut and their hosts scattered. Then will I go to King Afridun, Lord of Constantinople, and to my son Hardub, King of Ruum, and relate to them their tidings, and they will sally forth on the Moslems with their troops and will destroy them and will not leave one of them alive. So she mounted and struck across country on her good steed all the livelong night, and, when day dawned, appeared the armies of Bahram and Rustam advancing towards her. So she turned into a wayside brake and hid her horse among the trees, and she walked a while saying to herself, haply the Moslem hosts be returning, routed, from the assault of Constantinople. However, as she drew near them she looked narrowly and made sure that their standards were not reversed 436, and she knew that they were coming not as conquered men, but fearing for their king and comrades. When she was assured of this, she hastened towards them, running at speed, like a devil of ill rede, till reaching them she cried out, Haste yet! Haste yet! O soldiers of the Compassionate One, hasten to the holy war against the hosts of Satan. When Bahram saw her he dismounted and kissed the ground before her and asked her, O friend of Allah, what is behind thee? Answered she, Question not of sad case and sore condition, for when our comrades had taken the treasure from the hermitage of Matruhina, and designed to win their way Constantinople wards, thereupon came out on them a driving host and a dreadful of the infidels. And the damned which repeated to them the story to fill them with trouble and terror, adding, The most of them are dead, and there are but 25 men left. Said Bahram, O holy man! When didst thou leave them? But this night, 437, replied she. He cried, Glory be to Allah! To him who hath rolled up the far distance for thee like a rug, so that thou hast sped thus walking upon thy feet and prode upon a midrib of palm tree. But thou art one of the saints which fly like birds when inspired and possessed by his directions. 438 Then he mounted his horse, and he was perplexed and confounded by what he had heard from the beldam so strong in lies and ill calumnies, and he said, There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great. Verily our labor is lost and our hearts are heavy within us, for our Sultan is a prisoner and those who are with him. Then they cut across the country, wide and side, night and day, and when morning dawned they reached the head of the defile and saw Za-al-Makan and Sharkan shouting, There is no God but the God. Allahu Akbar. And salutation and salvation upon the congratulator, the commendator. 439 Whereupon he and his drove at the unbelievers and whelmed them, as the rain torrent whelms the waste, and cried out their war cries, till fear gat hold of the prowest knights and the mountains were cloven in affright. And when shone the day and showed its shine and sheen, the breeze of morning blew upon them sweet and fragrant, and each recognized other as hath been said before. Then they kissed the ground before the king and before his brother Sharrkan, who told them all that had befallen the party in the cave. Now thereat they marvelled and said to one another, Hasten we back to Constantinople, for we left our companions there, and our hearts are with them. So they hurried departure, commending themselves to the subtle, the all-wise, and Zal-Makan exhorted the Moslems to steadfastness and versified in the following couplets 440 Be praises mine to all praiseworthy thee, O Lord, who stinted not mine aid to be. Though was I lost abroad, thou wast to me strongest support which vouchsafed victory, thou gavest me wealth and rain and goodly gifts, and slungest conquering sword of valiancy, thou madest me blessed beneath thy kingly shade, engraced with generous boons dealt fain and free, thou savedst from every fear I feared, by aid of my wazir, the age's noblest he. Garrett us thy grace in fight to throw the Greek, who yet came back died in war's cramizy, then made I fain to fly from out the fight, but like grim lion turning made them flee, and left on valley sole my foeman, drunk not with old wine 441 but death cup's revelry. Then came the saintly hermit, and he showed his marvels wrought for town and wold to see, when slow the hero wights who woke to dwell in Eden bowers wherein sweet rillets well. But, when Zal-Makan had made an end of verifying, his brother Sharrkan congratulated him on his safety and thanked him for the deeds he had done, after which both set out forcing their marches to rejoin their army, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. Now when it is the 101st night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Sharrkan congratulated his brother, Zal-Makan, on his safety and thanked him for the deeds he had done, after which both set out forcing their marches to rejoin their army. Such was their case, but as regards the old woman, Zat al-Dawahi, after she had foregathered with the hosts of Rustum and Bahram, she returned to the coppice, where she took her steed and mounted and sped on at speed, till she drew near the Moslem army that beleaguered Constantinople, when she lighted down from her destrier and led it to the pavilion tent of the chief chamberlain. And when he saw her, he stood up to her in honor and signed to her with his right hand and said, Welcome, O pious recluse. Then he questioned her of what had befallen, and she repeated to him her disquieting lies and deluding calumnies, saying, In sooth I fear for the Emir Rustum, and the Emir Bahram, for that I met them and theirs on the way and sent them and their following to relieve the king and his companions. Now there are but 20,000 horse and the unbelievers outnumber them, so I would have thee at this moment send off the rest of thy troops at full speed to their succour, lest they be slain to the last man. And she cried to them, Haste! Haste! When the chamberlain and the Moslems heard these words, their spirits fell and they wept, but Zat al-Dawahi said to them, Ask aidance of Allah and bear patiently this tribulation, for ye have the example of those who have been before you of the people of Mohammed, and paradise with its palaces is laid out by Allah for those who die martyrs, and needs must all die, but most praiseworthy is dying while fighting for the faith. The chamberlain, hearing this speech of the accursed old woman, called for the Emir Bahram's brother, a knight by name Tarkash, and, choosing out for him 10,000 horse, riders famed for force, bade him set out at once. So he fared forth and marched all that day and the whole of the next night, till he neared the Moslems. When daylight dawned, Sharrkan saw the dust cloud about them and feared for the men of al-Islam and said, If these troops which are coming upon us be Moslem men, our victory is assured by them, but, if these be Nazarenes, there is no gainsaying destiny's decrees. Then he turned to his brother, Zal-Makan, and said, Never fear, for with my life I will ransom thee from death. If these be Mohammedan troops, then were it an increase of heavenly favors, but, if they be our foes, there is no help save that we fight them. Yet do I long to meet the holy man ere I die, so I may beg him to pray that I die not save by death of martyrdom. Whilst the twain were thus speaking, behold, there appeared the banners inscribed with the words, There is no God but the God, and Mohammed is the apostle of God, and Sharkan cried out, How is it with the Moslems? All are sound and safe, replied they, and we came not but out of concern for you. Then the chief of the army dismounted and, kissing ground before Sharkan, asked, O my lord, how be the Sultan and the Wazir Dandan and Rustam and my brother Bahram, are they all in safety? He answered, All well, but who brought thee tidings of us? Quoth Tarkash, It was the holy man who told us that he had met my brother Bahram and Rustam and had sent them both to you, and he also assured us that the infidels had encompassed you and outnumbered you, but I see not the case save the contrary thereof, and that you are victorious. They questioned him, And how did the holy man reach you? And he replied, Walking on his feet, and he had compassed in a day and a night, 10 days' journey for a well-girt horseman. There is no doubt but that he is a saint of Allah, said Sharkan, but where is he now? They rejoined, We left him with our troops, the folk of the faith, moving them to do battle with the rebels and the faithless. Thereat Sharkan rejoiced, and all thanked Allah for their own deliverance and the safety of the holy man, and commended the dead to his mercy, saying, This was writ in the book. Then they set out, making for Constantinople by forced marches, and whilst they were on this enterprise, behold, a dust cloud arose to such height that it walled the two horizons, the eastern and the western, from man's sight, and the day was darkened by it to night. But Sharkan looked at it and said, Verily, I fear lest this be the infidels who have routed the army of Al-Islam, for that this dust walleth the world, east and west, and hideth the two horizons, north and south. Presently appeared under the dust a pillar of darkness, blacker than the blackness of dismal days, nor ceased to come upon them that column more dreadful than the dread of the day of doom. Horse and foot hastened up to look at it and know the terrors of the case, when behold, they saw it to be the recluse aforesaid, so they thronged round him to kiss his hands, and he cried out, O people of the best of mankind, 442 The lamp which shineth in darkness blind, verily the infidels have outwitted the Moslems by guile, for they fell upon the host of the one God whilst they deemed themselves safe from the faithless, and attacked them in their tents and made a sore slaughter of them. What? While they looked for no while, so hasten to the aid of the believers in the unity of God, and deliver them from those who deny him. Now when Sharkan heard these words, his heart flew from his breast with sore trouble, and, alighting from his steed in amazement, he kissed the recluse's hands and feet. On likewise did his brother, Zal-Makan, and the rest of the foot and horse troops, except the Wazir Dandan, who dismounted not but said, By Allah, my heart flieth from this devotee, for I never knew show of devotion to religion that bred not bane. So leave him and rejoin your comrades the Moslems, for this man is of the outcasts from the gate of the mercy of the Lord of the three worlds. How often have I here made razzias with King Omar bin al-Nu'man and trodden the earth of these lands? Said Sharkan, Put away from thee such evil thought. Hast thou not seen this holy man exciting the faithful to fight, and holding spears and swords light? So slander him not, for backbiting is blamable, and poisoned is the flesh of the pious. 443 Look how he inciteth us to fight the foe, and, did not Almighty Allah love him, he had cast him aforetime into fearful torment. Then Sharkan bade bring a Nubian mule for the ascetic to ride, and said, Mount, O pious man, devout and virtuous. But the devotee refused to ride, and feigned self-denial, that he might attain his end, and they knew not that this holy personage was like him of whom the poet saith, he prith and he fasteth for an end he doth espy, when once his end is safely won then fast and prayer goodbye. 444 So the devotee ceased not to walk among the horsemen and the footmen, like a wily fox meditating guile, and began to uplift her voice, chanting the Quran and praising the Compassionate One. And they continued pressing forward till they approached the camp of al-Islam, where Sharkan found the Moslem in conquered plight and the chamberlain upon the brink of falling back in flight, whilst the sword of Greece havoc died among the faithful, the righteous and those who work unright. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. Now when it was the 102nd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Sharkan saw the Moslems in conquered plight and the chamberlain upon the brink of retreat and flight and the sword havoc died among the righteous and the workers of unright, the cause of this weakness among the Moslems was that the accursed old woman, Zat al-Dawahi, the foe of the faith, after seeing that Bahram and Rustam had set forward with their troops to join Sharkan and his brother Za al-Makan, repaired to the camp of the Mahometans before Constantinople and caused the mission of the Emir Tarkash, as hath been before said. In this her purpose was to divide the Moslem forces the better to weaken them. Then she left them and entered Constantinople, and called with a loud voice on the knights of the Greeks, saying, Let me down a cord that I may tie thereto this letter, and do ye bear it to your king Afridun, that he may read it, and to my son King Hardub, that they both do what is written therein of bidding and forbidding. So they let down for her a string, and she tied thereto a letter whose purport was the following: From the terriblest of tribulations 445 and the chiefest of all calamities, Zat al-Dawahi, to King Afridun greeting. But afterwards, of a truth I have contrived a device for destroying the Moslems, so bide ye quiet and content. I have cozened and captured their sultan and the Wazir Dandan, and then I returned to their camp and acquainted them therewith, whereby their pride had a fall and their withers were wrung. And I have so wrought upon the host leaguering Constantinople that they have sent 10,000 men under the Emir Tarkash to succour the captives, of whom there be now left but few. It is therefore my object that ye sally forth against them with all your power while this day endureth, and that ye fall on them in their tents, and that ye leave them not till ye shall have slain them to the last man, for, verily the Messiah looketh down upon you, and the Blessed Virgin favoureth you, and I hope of the Messiah that he forget not what deed I have done. When her letter came to King Afridun, he rejoiced with great joyance, and, sending at once for King Hardub of Greece, son of Zat al-Dawahi, read the letter to him as soon as he came, whereat he was exceeding glad and said, See my mother's craft, verily it dispenseth with swords, and her aspect standeth instead of the terrors of the day of dread. Rejoined Afridun, May the Messiah not bereave us of thy venerable parent nor deprive her of her wile and guile. Then he bade the knights give orders for sallying outside the city, and the news was noised abroad in Constantinople. So the Nazarenes and the cohorts of the cross burst forth and unsheathed their keen sabres in their numbers, shouting out their professions of impiety and heresies, and blaspheming the Lord of all creatures. When the chamberlain saw the sally, he said, Behold, the Greek is upon us, and they surely have learned that our Sultan is far away, and haply they have attacked us, for that the most part of our troops have marched to the succour of King Za al-Makan. Therewith he waxed wroth and cried out, Ho, soldiers of al-Islam and favourers of the true faith, an you flee you are lost, but if ye stand fast, ye win. Know ye that valiancy lieth in endurance of outrance, and that no case is so straight but that the Almighty is able to make it straight. Allah assain you and look upon you with eyes of compassion fain. Thereupon the Moslems cried out, Allahu Akbar, and the believer in the one God shouted his slogan, and whirled the millwheels of fight with cutting and thrusting in main and might. Scimitars and spears played sore, and the plains and valleys were swamped with gore. The priests and monks priested, tight girding their girdles and uplifting the crucifixes, while the Moslems shouted out the professions of the requiting king and verses of the Quran began to sing. The hosts of the Compassionate One fought against the legions of Satan, and head flew from body of man, while the good angels hovered above the people of the chosen prophet, nor did the sword cease to smite till the day darkened and night came on and stark end. Now the miscreants had encompassed the Moslems and made sure of escaping the pains that awaited them, and the faithless grieved for victory over the faithful until day dawned and dazzled. Thereupon the chamberlain mounted, he and his men, trusting that Allah would help them to victory, and host was mingled with host and battle rose afoot and took post. And heads flew from trunks whilst the brave stood fast instead, the craven turned tail and fled, and the judge of death judged and sentence sped, so that the champions fell from their saddles slain and corpses cumbered meadow and plain. Then the Moslem began to give ground and rearwards bent, and the Greek took possession of some of their tents, whereupon the Moslems were about to break and retreat and take flight, when meanwhile behold, up came Sharkan with the rest of the host of Al-Islam and the standards of the believers in unity. And having come up with them, he charged the infidels, and followed him Za al-Makan and the Wazir Dandan and the Emirs Bahram and Rustam with his brother Tarkash. When the foe saw this, they lost head and their reason fled, and the dust clouds towered till they covered the country, whilst the righteous believers joined their pious comrades. Then Sharkan accosted the chamberlain and praised him for his steadfastness, and he in turn gave the prince joy of his timely succour and his gaining the day. Thereat the Moslems were glad and their hearts were heartened, so they rushed upon their enemies and devoted themselves to Allah in their fight for the faith. But when the idolaters beheld the standards Mohammedan and thereon the profession of faith Islamitan, proclaiming the unity, they shrieked woe, and ruin, and besought succor of the patriarchs of the monasteries. Then fell they to calling upon John and Mary and the cross abhorrent and stayed their hands from slaughter, whilst King Afridun went up to consult King Hardub of Greece, for the two kings stood one at the head of each wing, right and left. Now there was with them also a famous cavalier, La'ihite, who commanded the center, and they drew out in battle array, but indeed they were full of alarm and affray. Meanwhile, the Moslems aligned their forces and thereupon Sharkan came to his brother, Za al-Makan, and said, O King of the age, doubtless they mean to champion it, and that is also the object of our desire, but it is my wish to push forward the stoutest hearted of our fighters, for by forethought is one half of life wrought. Replied the Sultan, As thou wilt, O companion of good counsel. It is my wish, added Sharkan, to stand in midline opposite the infidel, with the Wazir Dandan on my left and thee on my right, whilst the Emir Bahram leads the dexter wing and the Emir Rustam leads the wing sinistral, and thou, O mighty king, shalt be under the standards and the ensigns, for that thou art the pillar of our defence, upon thee, after Allah, is our dependence and we will all be thy ransom from aught that can harm thee. Za al-Makan thanked him therefore, and the slogan arose and the sabre was drawn, but, as things stood thus, behold, there came forth a cavalier from the ranks of Rum, and, as he drew near, they saw that he was mounted on a slow-paced she-mule, fleeing with her master from the shock of swords. Her housings were of white silk covered by a prayer carpet of cashmere stuff, and on her back sat a sheikh, an old man of comely presence and reverend aspect, garbed in a gown of white wool. He stinted not pushing her and hurrying her on till he came near the Moslem and said, I am an ambassador to you all, and an ambassador hath naught to do save to deliver, so give me safe conduct and permit of speech, that I communicate to you my message. Replied Sharkan, Thou art in safety, fear neither sway of sword nor lunge of lance. Thereupon the old man dismounted and, taking the cross from his neck, placed it before the Sultan and humbled himself with much humility. Then quoth to him the Moslems, What is with thee of news? And quoth he, I am an ambassador from King Afridun, for I counseled him to avert the destruction of all these frames of men and temples of the Compassionate One, and to him it seemed righteous to stay the shedding of blood and limit it to the encounter of 2 knights in shock of fight singular, so he agreed to that, and he saith to you, verily, I will ransom my army with my life, so let the Moslem king do as I do, and with his life ransom his host. And if he kill me, there will be no stay left in the army of Rum, and if I kill him, there will be no stability with the Moslems. When Sharrkan heard this, he said, O monk, I agree to that, for it is just, nor may it be gainsaid, and behold, I will meet him in duello and do with him daring do, for I am champion of the faithful even as he is champion of the faithless, and if he slay me, he will have won the day, and naught will remain for the Moslems' forces save flight. So return to him, O thou monk, and say that the single combat shall take place tomorrow, for this day we have come off our journey and are aweary, but after rest neither reproach nor blame fear yet. So the monk returned, and he rejoicing, to King Afridun and King Hardub, and told them both what Sharrkan had said, whereat King Afridun was glad with exceeding gladness, and fell from him anxiety and sadness, and he said to himself, no doubt but this Sharrkan is their doughtiest swayer of the sword and the durest at lunge of lance, and when I shall have slain him, their hearts will be disheartened and their strength will be shattered. Now Zat al-Dawahi had written to King Afridun of that, and had told him how Sharrkan was a knight of the braves and the bravest of knights, and had warned him against him, but Afridun was a stalwart cavalier who fought in many a fashion, he could hurl rocks and throw spears and smite with the iron mace, and he feared not the prowest of the prow. So when he heard the report of the monk that Sharrkan agreed to the duello, he was like to fly for exceeding joy, because he had self-confidence and he knew that none could withstand him. The infidels passed that night in joy and jubilee and wine-bibbing, and, as soon as it was dawn, the 2 armies drew out with the sword of spear and the blanch of blade. And behold, a cavalier rode single-handed into the plain, mounted on a steed of purest strain, and for foray and fray full ready and fain. And that knight had limbs of might, and he was clad in an iron cuirass made for stress of fight. On his breast he wore a jewelled mirror, and in his hand he bore a keen scimitar, and his lance of Kalanjay wood 446, the curious work of the Frank, weighing a quintal. Then the rider uncovered his face and cried out, saying, Whoso knoweth me verily hath enough of me, and whoso knoweth me not right soon 447 shall ken who I be. I am Afridun the overwhelmed by the well-omened Shawahi 448 Zat al-Dawahi. But he had not ended speaking ere Sharrkan, the champion of the Moslems, fared forth to meet him, mounted on a sorrel horse worth 1,000 pieces of red gold with accouterments purfled in pearls and precious stone, and he bore in bald rick a blade of watered Indian steel that threw next shore and made easy the hard and sore. He drave his charger between the 2 hosts in line, whilst the horsemen all fixed on him their aim, and he cried out to Afridun, Woe to thee, O accursed! Dost thou deem me one of the horsemen thou hast overtaken who cannot stand against thee on battle plain? Then each rushed upon other, and they bashed together like 2 mountains crashing, or 2 billows dashing and clashing, they advanced and retreated, and drew together and withdrew, and stinted not of fray and fight and weapon play, and strife and stay, with stroke of sword and lunge of lance. Of the 2 armies looking on, some said, Sharrkan is victor, and others, Afridun will conquer, and the 2 riders stayed not their hands from the hustle until ceased the clamour and the bustle, and the dust columns rose and the day waned and the sun waxed yellow and wan. Then cried out King Afridun to Sharrkan, saying, By the truth of the Messiah and the faith which is no liar, thou art not save a doughty rider and a stalwart fighter, but thou art fraudful, and thy nature is not that of the noble. I ken thy work is other than praiseworthy, nor is thy prowess that of a prince, for thy people behave to thee as though thou wert a slave 449 and see. They bring thee out a charger which is not thine, that thou mayst mount and return to the fight. But by the truth of my faith, thy fighting irketh and fatigueth me, and I am weary of cutting and thrusting with thee, and if thou purpose to lay on load with me tonight, thou wouldst not change aught of thy harness nor thy horse, till thou approve to the cavaliers thy generous blood and skill in brunt. When Sharrkan heard him say these words concerning his own folk behaving to him though he were a slave, he waxed wroth and turned towards his men, meaning to sign to them and bid them not prepare him change of harness or horse, when lo! Afridun shook his throw spear high in air and cast it at Sharrkan. Now when the Moslem turned his back, he found none of the men near him, and he knew this to be a trick of the accursed infidel, so he wheeled round in haste, and behold, the javelin came at him, so he swerved from it, till his head was bent low as his saddle bow. The weapon grazed his breast, and pierced the skin of his chest, for Sharrkan was high-bosomed, whereupon he gave one cry and swooned away. Thereat the accursed Afridun was joyful, thinking he had slain him, and shouted to the infidels bidding them rejoice, whereat the faithless were encouraged and the faithful wept. When Zau al-Makan saw his brother reeling in cell so that he well nigh fell, he dispatched cavaliers towards him, and the braves hurried to his aid and came up with him. Thereupon the infidels drove at the Moslems, the two hosts joined battle and the two lines were mingled, whilst the keen scimitar of Al-Yaman did good work. Now the first to reach Sharrkan was the Wazir Dandan, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. Now when it was the 103rd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when King Zau al-Makan saw that the accursed infidel had struck with javelin his brother Sharrkan, he deemed him dead, and dispatched cavaliers towards him, and the first to reach him were the Wazir Dandan and the Emir of the Turks, Bahram, and the Emir of the Dalamites, Rustam. They found him falling from his horse, so they stayed him in his saddle and returned with him to his brother, Zau al-Makan. Then they gave him in charge to his pages, and went again to do the work of cut and thrust. So the strife redoubled, and the weapons together clashed and ceased not bate and debate, and naught was to be seen but blood flowing and necks bowing, nor did the swords cease on the napes of men to make play, nor the strife to rage with more and more affray, till the most part of the night was passed away and the two hosts were aweary of the melee. So they called a truce, and each army returned to its tents, whilst all the infidels repaired to King Afridun and kissed the ground before him, and the priests and monks wished him joy of his victory over Sharrkan. Then the king fared for Constantinople and sat upon the throne of his realm, when King Hardub came to him and said, May the Messiah strengthen thy forearm and never cease to be thy helper, and hearken to what prayers my pious mother, Zat al-Dawahi, shall pray for thee. Know that the Moslems can make no stay without Sharrkan. Replied Afridun, Tomorrow shall end the affair. When to fight I fare, I will seek Zau al-Makan and slay him, and their army shall turn tail and of flight shall avail. Such was the case with the Kafirs, but as regards the host of al-Islam, when Zau al-Makan returned to his tent, he thought of naught but his brother and, going into the pavilion, found him in evil case and sore condition, whereupon he summoned for counsel the Wazir Dandan and Rustam and Bahram. When they entered, they opined to assemble the physicians that they might medicine Sharrkan, and they wept and said, The world will not readily afford his like, and they watched by him all that night, and about the later hours came to them the recluse in tears. When Zau al-Makan saw him, he rose in honor, and the religious stroked Sharrkan's wound with his hand, chanting somewhat of the Quran and repeating by way of talisman some of the verses of the Compassionate One. And the pretender ceased not to watch over him till dawn, when he came to himself and, opening his eyes, moved his tongue in his mouth and spoke. At this Zau al-Makan rejoiced, saying, Of a truth the blessing of the holy man hath taken effect on him. And Sharrkan said, Praised be Allah for recovery, indeed, I am well at this hour. That accursed one played me false, and, but that I swerved aside lighter than lightning, the throw spear had pierced through my breast. So praised be Allah for saving me. And how is it with the Muslims? Answered Zal-Makan, all are weeping for thee. Quoth Sharkan, I am well and in good case, but where is the holy man? Now he was sitting by him and said, At thy head. So the prince turned to him and kissed his hand when he said, O my son! Be of good patience and Allah shall increase thy reward, for the wage is measured by the work. Sharkan rejoined, Pray for me, and he prayed for him. As soon as morning dawned and daybreak in shine and sheen, the Moslems sallied out to the plain and the Kafirs made ready to thrust and cut. Then the Islamite host advanced and offered fight with weapons ready dight, and King Zal-Makan and Afridun made to charge one at other. But when Zal-Makan fared forth into the field, there came with him the Wazir Dandan and the Chamberlain and Bahram, saying, We will be thy sacrifice. He replied, By the holy house and Zemzem and the place, 450 I will not be stayed from going forth against these wild asses. And when he rode out into the field he played with sword and spear till riders marvelled and both armies wondered. Then he rushed upon the foe's right wing and of it he slew 2 knights and in like manner he dealt with the left wing. Presently he stayed his steed in the midst of the field and cried out, Where is Afridun, that I may make him taste the cup of disgrace? But when King Hardub saw the case he conjured Afridun not to attack him, saying, O king, yesterday it was thy turn to fight, it is mine today. I care not for his prowess. So he rushed out towards Zal-Makan brand in hand and under him a stallion like Abjar, which was Antar's charger, and its coat was jet black even as saith the poet on the glancing racer outracing glance he speeds, as though he would collar doom, his steed's black coat is of darkest jet, and likest night in her nightliest gloom, whose neigh sounds glad to the hero's ears like thunders rolling in thunderous boom, if he race the wind he will lead the way, and the lightning flash will. Behind him loom 451 then each rushed upon the opponent, parrying blows and proving the marvelous qualities were stored in him, and they fell to drawing on and withdrawing till the breasts of the bystanders were straitened and they were weary of waiting for the event. At last Zal-Makan cried out his war cry and rushed upon Hardub, king of Caesarea 452 and struck him a stroke that shore head from trunk and slew him on the spot. When the infidels saw this, they charged in a body, compact and united, upon Zal-Makan, who met them amid field, and they engaged in hewing and foining, till blood ran in rills. Then the Moslems cried out, Allahu Akbar! God is most great and there is no God but the God, and invoked salvation for the Prophet, the bringer of glad tidings, the bearer of bad tidings. And there befell a great fight, but Allah assigned victory to the faithful and defeat to the faithless. The Wazir Dandan shouted, Take your blood revenge for King Omar bin al-Nu'man and his son Sharkan, and bared his head and cried out to the Turks. Now there were by his side more than 20,000 horse, and all charged with him as one man, when the faithless found naught to save their lives but flight. So they turned tail to fly while the biting saber wrought its havoc and the Moslems slew of them that day some 50,000 horse and took more than that number, much folk also were slain while going in at the gates, for the flock was great. Then the Greeks hove to the doors and swarmed up the walls to await the assault, and in fine the Moslem hosts returned to their tents aided to glory and victory, and King Zal-Makan went in to his brother whom he found in most joyous case. So he made a prostration of thanks to the bountiful and the exalted, and then he came forward and gave Sharkan joy of his recovery. Answered he, Verily we are all under the benediction of this religious, holy, and righteous, nor would you have been victorious, but for his accepted orisons. Indeed all day he remained at prayer to invoke victory on the Moslems. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. Now when it was the 104th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Zalmakan went in to his brother Sharkan, he found him sitting with the holy man by his side, so he rejoiced and drew near him and gave him joy of his recovery. Answered he, Verily we are all under the benediction of this recluse, nor would you have been victorious but for his prayers. Indeed he felt no fear this day, and he ceased not supplication for the Moslems. I found strength return to me, when I heard your Allahu Akbar, for then I knew you to be victorious over your enemies. But now recount to me, O my brother, what befell thee. So he told him all that had passed between him and the accursed Hardub, and related how he had slain him and sent him to the malediction of Allah, and Sharkan praised him and thanked him for his prowess. When Zat al-Dawahi heard tell of her son's death, and she still dressed as a devotee, her face waxed yellow and her eyes ran over with railing tears. She kept her counsel, however, and feigned to the Moslems that she was glad and wept for excess of joy. But she said to herself, By the truth of the Messiah, there remaineth no profit of my life, if I burn not his heart for his brother, Sharkan, even as he hath burnt my heart for King Hardub, the mainstay of Christendom and the hosts of Crossdom. Still she kept her secret. And the Wazir Dandan and King Zalmakan and the chamberlain remained sitting with Sharkan till they had dressed and salved his wound, after which they gave him medicines and he began to recover strength, whereat they joyed with exceeding joy and told the troops, who congratulated themselves, saying, Tomorrow he will ride with us and do manly devoir in the siege. Then said Sharkan to them, Ye have fought through all this day and are aweary of fight, so it behoveth that you return to your places and sleep and not sit up. They accepted his counsel, and then each went away to his own pavilion, and none remained with Sharkan but a few servants and the old woman Zat al-Dawahi. He talked with her through part of the night, then he stretched himself to rest, and his servants did likewise, and presently sleep overcame them all and they lay like the dead. Such was the case with Sharkan and his men, but as regards the old woman, she alone abode awake while they slumbered in the tent, and, looking at Sharkan, she presently saw that he was drowned in sleep. Thereupon she sprang to her feet, as she were a scald she-bear or a speckled snake, and drew from her waistcloth a dagger so poisoned that if laid thereon it would have melted a rock. Then she unsheathed the poniard and went up to Sharkan's head, and she drew the knife across his throat and severed his weasand and hewed off his head from his body. And once more she sprang to her feet, and, going the round of the sleeping servants, she cut off their heads also, lest they should awake. Then she left the tent and made for the Sultan's pavilion, but finding the guards on the alert, turned to that of the Wazir Dandan. Now she found him reading the Quran, and when his sight fell upon her he said, Welcome to the holy man. Hearing this from the Wazir, her heart trembled and she said, The reason of my coming hither at this time is that I heard the voice of a saint amongst Allah's saints and am going to him. Then she turned her back, but the Wazir said to himself, By Allah, I will follow our devotee this night. So he rose and walked after her, but when the accursed old woman sensed his footsteps, she knew that he was following her, wherefore she feared the disgrace of discovery and said in herself, Unless I serve some trick upon him he will disgrace me. So she turned and said to him from afar, Ho, thou Wazir, I am going in search of the saint that I may learn who he is, and, after learning this much, I will ask his leave for thee to visit him. Then I will come back and tell thee, for I fear thine accompanying me, without having his permission, lest he take umbrage at me seeing thee in my society. Now when the Wazir heard these words, he was ashamed to answer her, so he left her and returned to his tent, and would have slept, but sleep was not favorable to him and the world seemed heaped upon him. Presently he rose and went forth from the tent, saying in himself, I will go to Sharkan and chat with him till morning. But when he entered into Sharkan's pavilion, he found the blood running like an aqueduct and saw the servants lying with their throats cut like beasts for food. At this he cried a cry which aroused all who were asleep, the folk hastened to him and, seeing the blood streaming, set up a clamour of weeping and wailing. Then the noise awoke the Sultan, who inquired what was the matter, and it was said to him, Sharrkan thy brother and his servants are murdered. So he rose in haste and entered the tent, and found the Wazir Dandan shrieking aloud, and he saw his brother's body without a head. Thereat he swooned away, and all the troops crowded around him, weeping and crying out, and so remained for a while, till he came to himself, when he looked at Sharrkan and wept with sore weeping, while the Wazir and Rustam and Bahram did the like. But the chamberlain cried and lamented more than the rest, and asked leave to absent himself, such was his alarm. Then said Za al-Makan, Know yet who did this deed, and how is it I see not the devotee, him who the things of this world hath put away? Quoth the Wazir, and who should have been the cause of this affliction, save that devotee, that Satan? By Allah, my heart abhorred him from the first, because I know that all who pretend to be absorbed in practices religious are vile and treacherous. And he repeated to the king the tale of how he would have followed the religious, but he forbade him, whereupon the folk broke out into a tumult of weeping and lamentation, and humbled themselves before him who is ever near, him who ever answereth prayer, supplicating that he would cause the false devotee who denied Allah's testimony to fall into their hands. Then they laid Sharrkan out and buried him in the mountain aforesaid, and mourned over his far-famed virtues. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. Now when it was the 105th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that they laid Sharrkan out and buried him in the mountain aforesaid, and mourned over his far-famed virtues. Then they looked for the opening of the city gate, but it opened not, and no sign of men appeared to them on the walls, whereat they wondered with exceeding wonder. But King Za al-Makan said, By Allah, I will not turn back from them, though I sit here for years and years, till I take blood revenge for my brother Sharrkan, and waste Constantinople and kill the king of the Nazarenes, even if death overcome me and I be at rest from this woeful world. Then he bade be brought out the treasure taken from the monastery of Matruhina, and mustered the troops and divided the monies among them, and he left not one of them but he gave him gifts which contented him. Moreover, he assembled in the presence 300 horse of every division, and said to them, Do ye send supplies to your households, for I am resolved to abide by the city, year after year, till I have taken man boat for my brother Sharrkan, even if I die in the stead. And when the army heard these words and had received his gifts of money, they replied, To hear is to obey. Thereupon he summoned couriers and gave them letters, and charged them to deliver the same, together with the monies, to the soldiers' families, and inform them that all were safe and satisfied, and acquaint them, saying, We are encamped before Constantinople, and we will either destroy it or die, and, albeit we be obliged to abide here months and years, we will not depart hence till we take it. Moreover, he bade the Wazir Dandan write to his sister, Nuzhat al-Zaman, and said to him, Acquaint her with what hath befallen us, and what be our situation, and commend my child to her care, since that, when I went out to war, my wife was near her delivery, and by this time she must needs have been brought to bed, and if she hath given birth to a boy, as I have heard say, hasten your return and bring me the acceptable news. Then he gave them somewhat of money, which they pouched and set out at once, and all the people flocked forth to take leave of them and entrust them with the monies and the messages. After they had departed, Za al-Makan turned to the Wazir Dandan and commanded him to advance with the army against the city walls. So the troops pushed forward, but found none on the ramparts, whereat they marvelled, while Za al-Makan was troubled at the case, for he deeply mourned the severance from his brother Sharrkan, and he was sore perturbed about that traitor the ascetic. In this condition they abode 3 days without seeing anyone. So far concerning the Moslems, but as regards the Greeks and the cause of their refusing fight during these 3 days, the case was this. As soon as Zat al-Dawahi had slain Sharrkan, she hastened her march and reached the walls of Constantinople, where she called out in the Greek tongue to the guards to throw her down a rope. Quoth they, "Who art thou?" And quoth she, "I am Zat al-Dawahi." They knew her and let down a cord to which she tied herself, and they drew her up, and, when inside the city, she went into the king Afridun and said to him, "What is this I hear from the Moslems? They say that my son King Hardub is slain." He answered, "Yes," and she shrieked out and wept right grievously and ceased not weeping thus till she made Afridun and all who were present weep with her. Then she told the king how she had slain Sharkan and 30 of his servants, whereat he rejoiced and thanked her, and, kissing her hands, exhorted her to resignation for the loss of her son. Said she, "By the truth of the Messiah, I will not rest content with killing that dog of the Moslem dogs in blood revenge for my son, a king of the kings of the age. Now there is no help for it but that I work some guile and I contrive a wile whereby to slay the Sultan Za al-Makan and the Wazir Dandan and the Chamberlain and Rustam and Bahram and 10,000 cavaliers of the army of al-Islam, for it shall never be said that my son's head be paid with the bloodwit of Sharkan's head, no, never." Then said she to King Afridun, "Know, O king of the age, that it is my wish to set forth mourning for my son and to cut my girdle and to break the crosses." Replied Afridun, "Do what thou desire, I will not gainsay thee in aught. And if thou prolong thy mourning for many days it were a little thing, for though the Moslems resolve to beleaguer us years and years, they will never win their will of us nor gain aught of us save trouble and weariness." Then the accursed one, when she had ended with the calamity she had wrought and the ignominies which in herself she had thought, took ink case and paper and wrote thereon from Shawahi, Zat al-Dawahi, to the host of the Moslems. "Know ye that I entered your country and duped by my cunning your nobles, and at first hand I slew your king Omar bin al-Nu'man in the midst of his palace. Moreover, I slew, in the affair of the mountain pass and of the cave, many of your men, and the last I killed were Sharkan and his servants. And if fortune do not stay me and Satan obey me, I needs must slay me your sultan and the Wazir Dandan, for I am she who came to you in disguise of a recluse and who heaped upon you my devices and deceits. Wherefore, an you would be in safety after this, fare ye forth at once, and if you seek your own destruction cease not abiding for the nonce, and though ye tarry here years and years, ye shall not do your desire on us. And so peace be yours." After writing her writ she devoted 3 days to mourning for King Hardub, and, on the 4th, she called a knight and bade him take the letter and make it fast to a shaft and shoot it into the Moslem camp. When this was done, she entered the church and gave herself up to weeping and wailing for the loss of her son, saying to him who took the kingship after him, "Nothing will serve me but I must kill Za al-Makan and all the nobles of al-Islam." Such was the case with her, but as regards what occurred to the Moslems, all passed 3 days in trouble and anxiety, and on the 4th when gazing at the walls behold, they saw a knight holding a bow and about to shoot an arrow along whose side a letter was bound. So they waited till he had shot it among them, and the Sultan bade the Wazir Dandan take the missive and read it. He perused it accordingly, and, when Za al-Makan heard it to end and understood its purport, his eyes filled with tears and he shrieked for agony at her perfidy, and the minister Dandan said, "By Allah, my heart shrank from her." Quoth the Sultan, "How could this whore play her tricks upon us twice? But by the Almighty I will not depart hence till I fill her cleft with molten lead and jail her with the jailing of a bird encaged, then bind her with her own hair and crucify her over the gate of Constantinople." And he called to mind his brother and wept with excessive weeping. But when Zat al-Dawahi arrived amongst the infidels and related to them her adventures at length, they rejoiced at her safety and at the slaying of Sharkan. Thereupon the Moslems addressed themselves again to the siege of the city, and the Sultan promised his men that, if it should be taken, he would divide its treasures among them in equal parts. but he dried not his tears grieving for his brother till his body was wasted and sick, growing thin as a toothpick. Presently the Wazir Dandan came in to him and said, Be of good cheer and keep thine eyes cool and clear, in very sooth thy brother died not but because his hour was come, and there is no profit in this mourning. How well saith the poet, whatso is not to be no slight shall bring to pass, what is to be without a failure shall become, soon the becoming fortune shall be found to be, and folly's brother 453 shall abide forlorn and glum. Wherefore do thou leave this weeping and wailing and hearten thy heart to bear arms. He replied, O Wazir, my heart is heavy for the death of my father and my brother and for our absence from hearth and home, and my mind is concerned for my subjects. Thereupon the Wazir and the bystanders wept, but they ceased not from pushing forward the siege of Constantinople for a length of days. And they being thus, behold, news arrived from Baghdad, by one of the emirs to the effect that the king's wife had been blessed with a boy, and that his sister, Nuzhat al-Zaman, had named him Kanmakan 454. Moreover, that the boy bid fair to be famous, already showing wondrous signs and marvelous tokens, and that she had commanded the Olema and the preachers to pray for mother and child from the pulpits and bless them in all wise, furthermore that the twain were well, that the land had enjoyed abundant rains, and that his comrade the fireman was established in all prosperity, with eunuchs and slaves to wait upon him, but that he was still ignorant of what had befallen him. And she ended with the greeting of peace. Then quoth Zau al-Makan to the Wazir Dandan, Now is my back strengthened for that I have been blessed with a son whose name is Kanmakan. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. Now when it was the 106th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when they brought him the news of his wife having borne him a boy child, Zau al-Makan rejoiced with great joy and cried, Now is my back strengthened, for that I have been blessed with a son 455 whose name is Kanmakan. And he spake to the Wazir Dandan, saying, I am minded to leave this morning and order perlections of the Quran for my brother and command alms deeds on his account. Quoth the Wazir, Thy design is good. Thereupon he caused tents to be pitched over his brother's tomb, so they raised them and gathered together such of the men at arms as could repeat the Quran, and some began reciting the holy volume, whilst others chanted litanies containing the names of Allah, and thus they did till the morning. Then Zau al-Makan went up to the grave of his brother Sharkan and poured forth copious tears, and improvised these couplets. They bore him beard, and all who followed wept with Moses' shrieks. What day o'er had shook Tor 456 till reached the grave which fate had made his home, dug in men's souls who one sole God adore. Ne'er had I thought before to see my joy borne on the bier which heads of bearers bore, ah no. Nor ere they homed thee in the dust that stars of heaven earth ever covered o'er. Is the tomb dweller hostage of a stead, where light and splendour o'er thy face shall pour? Praise to restore his life her word hath pledged, cribbed and confined he shall disp read the more. When Zau al-Makan had made an end of his verifying he wept and wept with him all the troops, then he came to the grave and threw himself upon it wild with woe, and the Wazir repeated the words of the poet fain leaving life that fleets thou hast eternal one, thou didst as whilom many a doer like thee hath done, leftest this worldly house without reproach or blame, ah, may exchange secure thee every benizon. Thou wast from hostile onset shield and firm defense, for us to baffle shafts and whistling spears to shun. I see this world is only cheat and vanity, where man naught else must seek but please the truthful one. Empyrean's Lord allow thee bower of heavenly bliss, and thy faithful friends the guide show goodly one. I bid thee last good e'en with sigh of bitter grief, seeing the west in woe for lack of easting sun. When the Wazir Dandan had finished his reciting, he wept with sore weeping and the tears rained from his eyes like cushioned pearls. Then came forward one who had been of Sharkan's boon companions in his cups, and he wept till ran in rills the drops, and he enumerated the dead man's generous qualities, reciting the following pentastichs: where gone is bounty since thy hand is turned to clay? And I in misery lie since thou wast ta'en away. Cst not, O Litter Guide 457, Heaven keep thee glad and gay, how tears adorn my cheeks, these furrowed wrinkles fray. A sight to joy thine eyes and fill thee with dismay. 458 By Allah, ne'er this heart within I spoke of thee, ah no. Nor dared my sight to see thy brilliancy, save that my tear drops sorest wound have garret me dree yet. And if ye are on other rest these ain of me, may yearning draw their reins nor suffer sleep to see. And when the man stinted reciting, Za al-Makan and the minister Dandan wept, and the whole army was moved to tears, after which all retired to their tents, and the king turning to the wazir took counsel with him concerning the conduct of the campaign. On this wise the two passed days and nights, while Za al-Makan was weighed down with grief and mourning, till at last he said, I long to hear stories and adventures of kings and tales of lover folk enslaved by love. Haply Allah may make this to solace that which is on my heart of heavy anxiety, and stint and stay my weeping and wailing. Quoth the wazir, if naught can dispel thy trouble but hearing curious tales of kings and people long gone before, and stories of folk enslaved by love of yore, and so forth, this thing were easy, for I had no other business, in the lifetime of thy father, who hath found mercy, than to relate stories and to repeat verses to him. This very night I will tell thee a tale of a lover and his beloved, so shall thy breast be broadened. When Za al-Makan heard these words from the minister, his heart was set upon that which had been promised to him, and he did nothing but watch for the coming of the night, that he might hear what the wazir Dandan had to tell of the kings of yore and distracted lovers long gone before. And hardly would he believe that night had fallen ere he bade light the wax candles and the lamps, and bring all that was needful of meat and drink and perfume gear, and what not, and when all was in presence, he summoned the wazir Dandan, and the emirs Rustam and Bahram and Tarkash and the grand chamberlain, then waited till the whole party was seated before him, whereupon he turned to the minister and said, Know, O wazir, that night is come and hath let down over us its veil of gloom, and we desire that thou tell us those tales which thou promisedst us. Replied the wazir, with joy and good will. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. Now when it was the 107th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when King Za al-Makan summoned the wazir and the chamberlain and Rustam and Bahram, he turned towards the minister Dandan and said, Know, O wazir, that night is come and hath let down over us its veil of gloom, and we desire that thou tell us those tales which thou promisedst us. Replied the wazir with love and gladness. Know, O auspicious king, that there reached my ears a relation of a lover and a loved one, and of the discourse between them, and what befell them of things rare and fair, a story such as repelleth care from the heart and dispelleth sorrow, like unto that of the patriarch Jacob. 459, and it is as follows: Tale of Taj al-Muluk and the Princess Dunya, the lover and the loved. There stood in times long gone by behind the mountains of Ispahan, a city hight the Green City, wherein dwelt a king named Sulayman Shah. Now he was a man of liberality and beneficence, of justice and integrity, of generosity and sincerity, to whom travelers repaired from every country, and his name was noised abroad in all regions and cities, and he reigned many a year in high worship and prosperity, save that he owned neither wives nor children. He had a minister who rivaled him in goodness and generosity, and it so happened that one day, he sent for him, and when he came into the presence said to him, O my wazir, my heart is heavy and my patience is past and my force faileth me, for that I have neither wife nor child. This is not the way of kings who rule over all men, princes and paupers, for they rejoice in leaving behind them children and successors whereby are doubled their number and their strength. Quoth the Prophet, whom Allah bless and keep, marry ye, increase ye, and multiply ye, that I may boast me of your superiority over the nations on the day of resurrection. So what is thy rede, O Wazir? Advise me of what course and contrivance be advisable. When the minister heard these words, the tears sprang from his eyes in streams, and he replied, Far be it from me, O King of the age, that I debate on that which appertaineth to the compassionate one. Wilt thou have me cast into the fire by the all-powerful king's wrath and ire? By thee a concubine? Rejoined the king, No, O Wazir, that when a sovereign buyeth a female slave, he knoweth neither her rank nor her lineage, and thus he cannot tell if she be of simple origin that he may abstain from her, or of gentle strain that he may be intimate in her companionship. So, if he have commerce with her, haply she will conceive by him, and her son be a hypocrite, a man of wrath and a shedder of blood. Indeed the like of such woman may be instanced by a salt and marshy soil, which if one till forever it yieldeth only worthless growth and no endurance showeth, for it may be that her son will be obnoxious to his lord's anger, doing not what he biddeth him or abstaining from what he forbiddeth him. Wherefore will I never become the cause of this through the purchase of a concubine, and it is my desire that thou demand for me in marriage the daughter of some one of the kings, whose lineage is known and whose loveliness hath renown. If thou can direct me to some maiden of birth and piety of the daughters of Moslem sovereignty, I will ask her in marriage and wed her in presence of witnesses, so may accrue to me the favor of the Lord of all creatures. Said the Wazir, O King, verily Allah hath fulfilled thy wish and hath brought thee to thy desire, presently adding, No, O King, it hath come to my knowledge that King Zair Shah 460 Lord of the White Land, hath a daughter of surpassing loveliness whose charms talk and tale fail to express. She hath not her equal in this age, for she is perfect in proportion and symmetry, black-eyed as if cold-eyed and long-locked, wee of waist and heavy of hip. When she draweth nigh she seduceth, and when she turneth her back 461 she slayeth. She ravisheth heart and view, and she looketh even as saith of her the poet, a thin-waist maid who shames the willow wand, nor sun nor moon can like her rising shine. 'Tis as her honey-dew of lips were blent with wine, and pearls of teeth were bathed in wine. Her form, like heavenly houris, graceful slim, fair face, and ruin dealt by glancing eyne. How many a dead done man her eyes have slain upon her. Way of love in ruin lian, and live I she's my death. I'll say no more, but dying without her vain were life of mine. Now when the Wazir had made an end of describing that maiden, he said to King Zair Shah, It is my counsel, O King, that thou dispatch to her father an ambassador, sagacious, experienced and trained in the ways of the world, who shall courteously demand her in marriage for thee of her sire, for in good sooth she hath not her equal in the far parts of the world nor in the near. So shalt thou enjoy her lovely face in the way of grace, and the Lord of glory be content with thy case, for it is reported of the Prophet, whom Allah bless and preserve, that he said, There be no monkery in al-Islam. At this the king was transported to perfect joy, his breast was broadened and lightened, care and cark ceased from him, and he turned to the Wazir and said, Know thou, O minister, that none shall fare about this affair save thou, by reason of thy consummate intelligence and good breeding, wherefore hie thee home and do all thou hast to do, and get thee ready by the morrow, and depart and demand me in marriage this maiden, with whom thou hast occupied my heart and thought, and return not to me but with her. Replied the Wazir, I hear and I obey. Then he hied to his own house and bade make ready presents befitting kings, of precious stones and things of price, and other matters light of load but weighty of worth, besides Rubite steeds and coats of mail, such as David made 462, and chests of treasure for which speech hath no measure. And the Wazir loaded the whole on camels and mules, and set out attended by 100 slave girls with flags and banners flaunting over his head. The king charged him to return to him after a few days, and, when he was gone, Sulayman Shah lay on coals of fire, engrossed night and day with desire, while the envoy fared on without ceasing through gloom and light, spanning fertile field and desert site, till but a day's march remained between him and the city whereto he was bound. Here he sat him down on the banks of a river and, summoning one of his confidants, bade him wend his way to King Zair Shah and announce his approach without delay. Quoth the messenger, I hear and I obey. And he rode on in haste to that city, and, as he was about to enter therein, it so chanced that the king, who was sitting in one of his plaisaunces before the city gate, espied him as he was passing the doors, and knowing him for a stranger, bade bring him before the presence. So the messenger coming forward informed him of the approach of the wazir of the mighty King Sulayman Shah, lord of the green land and of the mountains of Ispahan, whereat King Zair Shah rejoiced and welcomed him. Then he carried him to his palace and asked him, Where leavest thou the wazir? And he answered, I left him in early day on the banks of such a river, and tomorrow he will reach thee. Allah continue his favors to thee and have mercy upon thy parents. Thereupon King Zair Shah commanded one of his wazirs to take the better part of his grandees and chamberlains and lieutenants and lords of the land, and go out to meet the ambassador in honor of King Sulayman Shah, for that his dominion extended over the country. Such was the case with Zair Shah, but as regards the wazir he abode in his stead till night was half spent 463 and then set out for the city, but when morning shone and the sun rose upon hill and down, of a sudden he saw King Zair Shah's wazir approaching him, with his chamberlains and high lords and chief officers of the kingdom, and the two parties joined company at some parasangs distance from the city 464. Thereat the wazir made sure of the success of his errand and saluted the escort, which ceased not preceding him till they reached the king's palace and passed in before him through the gate to the seventh vestibule, a place where none might enter on horseback, for it was near to where the king sat. So the minister alighted and fared on a foot till he came to a lofty saloon, at whose upper end stood a marble couch, set with pearls and stones of price, and having for legs 4 elephants' tusks. Upon it was a coverlet of green satin purfled with red gold, and above it hung a canopy adorned with pearls and gems, whereon sat King Zair Shah, whilst his officers of state stood in attendance before him. When the wazir went in to him, he composed his mind and, unbinding his tongue, displayed the oratory of wazirs and saluted the king in the language of eloquence, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. Now when it was the 108th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the wazir of King Sulayman Shah entered the presence of King Zair Shah he composed his mind and, unbinding his tongue, displayed the oratory of wazirs and saluted the king in the language of eloquence and improvised these couplets. He cometh robed and bending gracefully, o'er crop and cropper dews of grace sheds he charms, nor characts, spells nor grammar I may fend the glances of those ain from thee. Say to the blamer, blame me not, for I from love of him will never turn to flee. My heart hath played me false while true to him, and sleep, in love with him, abhorreth me, O heart. Art not the soul who loveth him, so bide with him while I desertion dree. There's not to joy mine ears with joyous sounds save praise of King Zair Shah in jubilee, a king albeit thou leave thy life to win one look, that look were all sufficiency, and if a pious prayer thou breathe for him, shall join all faithfuls in such pious gree, folk of his realm. If any shirk his right for other hoping, gross unfaith I see. When the wazir had ended his poetry, King Zair Shah bade him draw near and honored him with the highmost honors, then, seating him by his own side, smiled in his face and favored him with a gracious reply. They ceased not on this wise till the time of the undermeal, when the attendants brought forward the tables of food in that saloon, and all ate till they were sated, after which the tables were removed and those who were in the assembly withdrew, leaving only the chief officers. Now when the minister saw this, he rose to his feet and, after complimenting the king a second time and kissing the ground before him, spake as follows: O mighty king and dread Lord! I have travelled hither and have visited thee upon a matter which shall bring thee peace, profit, and prosperity, and it is this, that I come as ambassador to thee, seeking in marriage thy daughter, the noble and illustrious maid, from Sulayman Shah, a prince famed for justice and integrity, sincerity and generosity, lord of the green land and of the mountains of Ispahan, who sendeth thee of presents a store, and gifts of price galore, ardently desiring to become thy son-in-law. But art thou inclined to him as he to thee? He then kept silence, awaiting a reply. When King Zair Shah heard these words, he sprang to his feet and kissed the ground respectfully before the wazir, while the bystanders were confounded at his condescension to the ambassador and their minds were amazed. Then he praised him who is the Lord of honor and glory and replied, and he still standing, O mighty wazir and illustrious chief, hear thou what I say. Of a truth we are to King Sulayman Shah of the number of his subjects, and we shall be ennobled by his alliance and we covet it ardently, for my daughter is a handmaid of his handmaidens, and it is my dearest desire that he may become my stay and my reliable support. Then he summoned the Qazis and the witnesses, who should bear testimony that King Sulayman Shah had dispatched his wazir as proxy to conclude the marriage, and that King Zair Shah joyfully acted and officiated for his daughter. So the Qazis concluded the wedding contract and offered up prayers for the happiness and prosperity of the wedded furs, after which the wazir arose and, fetching the gifts and rarities and precious things, laid them all before the king. Then Zair Shah occupied himself anent the fitting out of his daughter and honorably entertained the wazir and feasted his subjects all, great and small, and for 2 months they held high festival, omitting naught that could rejoice heart and eye. Now when all things needful for the bride were ready, the king caused the tents to be carried out and they pitched the camp within sight of the city, where they packed the bride's stuffs in chests and gat ready the Greek handmaids and Turkish slave girls, and provided the princess with great store of precious treasures and costly jewels. Then he had made for her a litter of red gold, inlaid with pearls and stones of price, and set apart 2 mules to carry it, a litter which was like one of the chambers of a palace, and within which she seemed as she were of the loveliest houris and it became as one of the pavilions of paradise. And after they had made bales of the treasures and monies, and had loaded them upon the mules and camels, King Zair Shah went forth with her for a distance of 3 parasangs, after which he bade farewell to her and the wazir and those with him, and returned to his home in gladness and safety. Thereupon the wazir, faring with the king's daughter, pushed on and ceased not his stages over desert ways, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. Now when it was the 109th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the wazir fared on with the king's daughter and ceased not forcing his stages over desert ways and hastened his best through nights and days, till there remained between him and his city but 3 marches. Thereupon he sent forward to King Sulayman Shah one who should announce the coming of the bride. The king rejoiced thereat and bestowed on the messenger a dress of honor, and bade his troops march forth in grand procession to meet the princess and her company for due worship and honor, and don their richest apparel with banners flying over their heads. And his orders were obeyed. He also commanded to cry throughout the city that neither curtained damsel nor honored lady nor time-ruptured crone should fail to fare forth and meet the bride. So they all went out to greet her, and the grandest of them vied in doing her service, and they agreed to bring her to the king's palace by night. Moreover, the chief officers decided to decorate the road and to stand in espalier of double line, whilst the bride should pass by preceded by her eunuchs and serving women and clad in the gear her father had given her. So when she made her appearance, the troops surrounded her, these of the right wing and those of the left, and the litter ceased not advancing with her till she approached the palace, nor remained any but came forth to gaze upon the princess. Drums were beaten and spears were brandished and horns blared and flags fluttered and steeds pranced for precedence and scents shed fragrance till they reached the palace gate and the pages entered with the litter through the harem wicket. The place shone with its splendors and the walls glittered for the glamour of its gear. Now when night came, the eunuchs threw open the doors of the bridal chamber and stood surrounding the chief entrance, whereupon the bride came forward and amid her damsels she was like the moon among stars or an union shining on a string of lesser pearls, and she passed into the bridal closet where they had set for her a couch of alabaster inlaid with unions and jewels. As soon as she had taken seat there, the king came in to her and Allah filled his heart with her love so he abetted her maidenhead and ceased from him his trouble and disquiet. He abode with her well nigh a month but she had conceived by him the first night, and, when the month was ended, he went forth and sat on his sofa of state, and dispensed justice to his subjects, till the months of her pregnancy were accomplished. On the last day of the 9th month, towards daybreak, the queen was seized with the pangs of labor, so she sat down on the stool of delivery and Allah made the travail easy to her and she gave birth to a boy child, on whom appeared auspicious signs. When the king heard of this, he joyed with exceeding joy and rewarded the bearer of the good tidings with much treasure, and of his gladness he went in to the child and kissed him between the eyes and wondered at his brilliant loveliness, for in him was approved the saying of the poet in the towering forts Allah throned him king, a lion, a star in the skies of rain, at his rising the spear and the throne rejoiced, the gazelle, the ostrich, the men of main 465 mount him not on the paps. For right soon he'll show that to throne on the war steed's loins he's fain, and wean him from sucking of milk, for soon a sweeter drink, the foe's blood, he'll drain. Then the midwives took the newborn child and cut the navel cord and darkened his eyelids with coal powder 466 and named him Taj al-Muluk Karan 467. He was suckled at the breast of fond indulgence and was reared in the lap of happy fortune, and thus his days ceased not running and the years passing by till he reached the age of 7. Thereupon Sulayman Shah summoned the doctors and learned men and bade them teach his son writing and science and belles lettres. This they continued to do for some years, till he had learnt what was needful, and, when the king saw that he was well grounded in whatso he desired, he took him out of the teachers' and professors' hands and engaged for him a skilful master, who taught him cavalarice and knightly exercises till the boy attained the age of 14, and when he fared abroad on any occasion, all who saw him were ravished by his beauty and made him the subject of verse, and even pious men were seduced by his brilliant loveliness. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. Now when it was the 110th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Taj al-Muluk Karan, son of Sulayman Shah, became perfect in riding craft and excelled all those of his time, his excessive beauty, when he fared abroad on any occasion, caused all who saw him to be ravished and to make him the subject of verse, and even pious men were seduced by his brilliant loveliness. Quoth the poet, of him I clipped his form and waxed drunk with his scent, fair branch to whom Zephyr gave nutriment, nor drunken as one who drinks wine, but drunk with night draught his lips of the honeydew lent, all beauty is shown in the all of him, hence all human hearts he in hand hath hent, my mind, by Allah, shall ne'er unmind his love, while I wear life's chains till spent. If I live, in his love I'll live, if I die for pine and longing, oh blessed, I'll cry. When he reached the 18th year of his age, tender down 468 sprouted, on his side face fresh with youth, from a mole upon one rosy cheek and a second beauty spot, like a grain of ambergris, adorned the other, and he won the wits and eyes of every wight who looked on him, even as saith the poet, he is caliph of beauty in Yusuf's lieu, and all lovers fear when they sight his grace. Pause and gaze with me, on his cheek thou lt sight the caliphate's banner of sable hue 469, and as saith another, thy side hath never seen a fairer sight, of all things men can in the world espy, than yon brown mole, that studs his bonny cheek of rosy red beneath that jet black eye. And as saith another, I marvel seeing yon mole that serves his cheek's bright flame yet burneth not in fire, albeit infidel. 470, I wonder eke to see that apostolic glance, miracle working, though it work by magic spell, how fresh and bright the down that decks his cheek, and yet bursten gall-bladders feed which e'en as waters well. And as saith another, I marvel hearing people questioning of the fount of life and in what land 'tis found. I see it sprung from lips of dainty fawn, sweet rosy mouth with green mustachio downed, and wondrous wonder 'tis when Moses viewed that fount, he rested not from weary round. 471 Now having developed such beauty, when he came to man's estate his loveliness increased, and it won for him many comrades and intimates, while every one who drew near to him wished that Taj al-Muluk Kharan might become sultan after his father's death, and that he himself might be one of his emirs. Then took he passionately to chasing and hunting, which he would hardly leave for a single hour. His father, King Sulayman Shah, would have forbidden him the pursuit, fearing for him the perils of the waste and the wild beasts, but he paid no heed to his warning voice. And it so chanced that once upon a time he said to his attendants, Take ye 10 days' food and forage, and, when they obeyed his bidding, he set out with his suite for sport and disport. They rode on into the desert and ceased not riding 4 days, till they came to a place where the ground was green, and they saw in it wild beasts grazing and trees with ripe fruit growing and springs flowing. Quoth Taj al-Muluk to his followers, Set up the nets here and peg them in a wide ring, and let our trysting place be at the mouth of the fence, in such a spot. So they obeyed his words and staked out a wide circle with toils, and there gathered together a mighty matter of all kinds of wild beasts and gazelles, which cried out for fear of the men and threw themselves for fright in the face of the horses. Then they loosed unto them the hounds and lynxes 472 and hawks 473, and they shot the quarry down with shafts which pierced their vitals, and, by the time they came to the further end of the net ring, they had taken a great number of the wild beasts, and the rest fled. Then Taj al-Muluk dismounted by the waterside and bade the game be brought before himself, and divided it, after he had set apart the best of the beasts for his father, King Sulayman Shah, and dispatched the game to him, and some he distributed among the officers of his court. He passed the night in that place, and when morning dawned there came up a caravan of merchants conveying negro slaves and white servants, and halted by the water and the green ground. When Taj al-Muluk saw them, he said to one of his companions, Bring me news of yonder men and question them why they have halted in this place. 474 So the messenger went up to them and addressed them, Tell me who ye be, and answer me an answer without delay. Replied they, We are merchants and have halted to rest, for that the next station is distant, and we abide here because we have confidence in King Sulayman Shah and his son, Taj al-Muluk, and we know that all who alight in his dominions are in peace and safety. Moreover, we have with us precious stuffs which we have brought for the prince. So the messenger returned and told these news to the king's son, who, hearing the state of the case and what the merchants had replied, said, If they have brought stuff on my account, I will not enter the city nor depart hence till I see it shown to me. Then he mounted horse and rode to the caravan, and his Mamelukes followed him till he reached it. Thereupon the merchants rose to receive him and invoked on him divine aid and favor with continuance of glory and virtues, after which they pitched him a pavilion of red satin, embroidered with pearls and jewels, wherein they spread him a kingly divan upon a silken carpet worked at the upper end with emeralds set in gold. There Taj al-Muluk seated himself whilst his white servants stood in attendance upon him, and sent to bid the merchants bring out all that they had with them. Accordingly, they produced their merchandise, and displayed the whole, and he viewed it and took of it what liked him, paying them the price. Then he looked about him at the caravan, and remounted and was about to ride onwards, when his glance fell on a handsome youth in fair attire, and of comely and shapely make, with flower-white brow and moon-like face, save that his beauty was wasted and that yellow hues had overspread his cheeks by reason of parting from those he loved, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. Now when it was the 111th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Taj al-Muluk, when he looked about him at the caravan, saw a handsome youth in neat attire and of shapely make, with flower-like forehead and moon-like face, save that his beauty was wasted and yellow hues had overspread his cheeks by reason of parting from those he loved, and great was his groaning and moaning, and the tears streamed from his eyelids as he repeated these couplets. Longsome is absence, care and fear are sore, and ceaseless tears, O friend, mine eyes outpour. Yea, I farewelled my heart on parting day and heartless, hopeless, now I bide for lore. Pause, O my friend, with me farewelling one whose words my cure can work, my health restore. Now when the youth ended his poetry he wept a while and fell down in a fainting fit, whilst Taj al-Muluk looked at him and wondered at his case. Then, coming to himself, he stared with distracted air, and versified in these couplets. Beware her glance I read thee, 'tis like wizard white, none can escape unscathed those eye shafts glancing flight, in very sooth black eyes, with languorous sleepy look, pierce deeper than white swords however these may bite. Be not thy senses by her sweets of speech beguiled, whose brooding fever shall ferment in thought and sprite. Soft-sided fair 475 did silk but press upon her skin, 'twould draw red blood from it, as thou thyself canst sight. Cherry is she of charms twixt neck and anklets dwell, and what other scent shall cause me such delight? 476 Then he sobbed a loud sob and swooned away. But when Taj al-Muluk saw him in this case, he was perplexed about his state and went up to him, and, as the youth came to his senses and saw the king's son standing at his head, he sprang to his feet and kissed the ground between his hands. Taj al-Muluk asked him, Why didst thou not show us thy merchandise? And he answered, O my lord, there is naught among my stock worthy of thine august highness. Quoth the prince, Needs must thou show me what thou hast and acquaint me with thy circumstance, for I see thee weeping-eyed and heavy-hearted. If thou have been oppressed, we will end thine oppression, and if thou be in debt, we will pay thy debt, for of a truth my heart burneth to see thee, since I first set eyes on thee. 477 Then Taj al-Muluk bade the seats be set, and they brought him a chair of ivory and ebony with a network of gold and silk, and spread him a silken rug for his feet. So he sat down on the chair and bidding the youth seat himself on the rug said to him, Show me thy stock in trade. The young merchant replied, O my lord, do not name this to me, for my goods be unworthy of thee. Rejoined Taj al-Muluk, It needs must be thus, and bade some of the pages fetch the goods. So they brought them in despite of him, and, when he saw them, the tears streamed from his eyes and he wept and sighed and lamented, sobs rose in his throat and he repeated these couplets. By what thine eyelids show of kohl and coquetry, by what thy shape displays of lissom symmetry, by what thy liplets store of honey-dew and wine, by what thy mind adorns of gracious kindly gree. To me thy sight dream visioned, O my hope, exceeds the happiest escape from horriblest injury. Then the youth opened his bales and displayed his merchandise to Taj al-Muluk in detail, piece by piece, and amongst them he brought out a gown of satin brocaded with gold, worth 2,000 dinars. When he opened the gown there fell a piece of linen from its folds. As soon as the young merchant saw this, he caught up the piece of linen in haste and hid it under his thigh, and his reason wandered, and he began verifying when shall be healed of thee this heart that ever bides in woe. Then thee the Pleiad stars more chance of happy meeting show. Parting and banishment and longing pain and low of love, procrastinating 478 and delay these ills my life lay low, nor union bids me live in joy, nor parting kills by grief, nor travel draws me nearer thee nor nearer comest thou, of thee no justice may be had, in thee dwells naught of ruth, nor gain of grace by side of thee, nor flight from thee I know, for love of thee all goings forth and combings back are straight on me, and I am puzzled sore to know where I shall go. Taj al-Muluk wondered with great wonder at his verse, and could not comprehend the cause. But when the youth snatched up the bit of linen and placed it under thigh, he asked him, "What is that piece of linen?" "O my lord," answered the merchant, "thou hast no concern with this piece." Quoth the king's son, "Show it me," and quoth the merchant, "O my lord, I refuse to show thee my goods on account of this piece of linen, for I cannot let thee look upon it." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. Now when it was the 112th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the young merchant said to Taj al-Muluk, I did not refuse to show thee my goods save on this account, for I cannot let thee look upon it." Whereupon Taj al-Muluk retorted, "Perforce I must and will see it," and insisted and became angry. So the youth drew it out from under his thigh, and wept and moaned and redoubled his sighs and groans, and repeated these verses: "Now blame him not, for blame brings only irk and pain. Indeed, I spake him sooth but ne'er his ear could gain, may Allah guard my moon which riseth in the vale beside our camp, from loosed robe like skiey plain 479 I left him but had love vouchsafed to leave for me some peace in life such leave of him I ne'er had ta'en, how long he pleaded for my sake on parting morn, while down his cheeks and mine tears ran in railing rain, Allah belie me not, the garb of mine excuse this parting rent, but I will mend that garb again. No couch is easy to my side, nor on such wise aught easeth him, when all alone without me lain, time with ill-omened hand hath wrought between us two, and made my waxing joys to wane and his to wane, and poured mere grief and woe, what time fain had crowned the bowl he made me drink and gave for him to drain." When he ended his recitation, quoth Taj al-Muluk, "I see thy conduct without consequence, tell me then why weepest thou at the sight of this rag?" When the young merchant heard speak of the piece of linen, he sighed and answered, "O my lord, my story is a strange and my case out of range, with regard to this piece of linen and to her from whom I brought it and to her who wrought on it these figures and emblems." Hereupon, he spread out the piece of linen, and behold, thereon was the figure of a gazelle wrought in silk and worked with red gold, and facing it was another gazelle traced in silver with a neck ring of red gold and 3 bugles 480 of chrysolite upon the ring. When Taj al-Muluk saw the beauty of these figures, he exclaimed, "Glory be to Allah who hate man that which he knoweth not." 481 And his heart yearned to hear the youth's story, so he said to him, "Tell me thy story with her who owned these gazelles." Replied the young man, "Here, O my lord, the tale of Aziz and Aziza 482 My father was a wealthy merchant and Allah had vouchsafed him no other child than myself, but I had a cousin, Aziza hight, daughter of my paternal uncle, and we twain were brought up in one house, for her father was dead and before his death, he had agreed with my father that I should marry her. So when I reached man's estate and she reached womanhood, they did not separate her from me or me from her, till at last my father spoke to my mother and said, This very year we will draw up the contract of marriage between Aziz and Aziza. So having agreed upon this, he betook himself to preparing provision for the wedding feast. Still we ceased not to sleep on the same carpet, knowing naught of the case, albeit she was more thoughtful, more intelligent, and quicker wit than I. Now when my father had made an end of his preparations, and naught remained for him but to write out the contract and for me but to consummate the marriage with my cousin, he appointed the wedding for a certain Friday, after public prayers, and, going round to his intimates among the merchants and others, he acquainted them with that, whilst my mother went forth and invited her women friends and summoned her kith and kin. When the Friday came, they cleaned the saloon and prepared for the guests and washed the marble floor, then they spread tapestry about our house and set out thereon what was needful, after they had hung its walls with cloth of gold. Now the folk had agreed to come to us after the Friday prayers, so my father went out and bade them make sweetmeats and sugared dishes, and there remained nothing to do but to draw up the contract. Then my mother sent me to the bath and sent after me a suit of new clothes of the richest, and, when I came out of the hammam, I donned those habits which were so perfumed that as I went along, there exhaled from them a delicious fragrance scenting the wayside. I had designed to repair to the cathedral mosque, when I bethought me of one of my friends and returned in quest of him that he might be present at the writing of the contract, and quoth I to myself, this matter will occupy me till near the time of congregational prayer. So I went on and entered a by-street which I had never before entered, perspiring profusely from the effects of the bath and the new clothes on my body, and the sweat streamed down whilst the scents of my dress were wafted abroad. I therefore sat me at the upper end of the street resting on a stone bench, after spreading under me an embroidered kerchief I had with me. The heat oppressed me more and more, making my forehead perspire and the drops trickled along my cheeks, but I could not wipe my face with my kerchief because it was dispiried under me. I was about to take the skirt of my robe and wipe my cheeks with it, when unexpectedly there fell on me from above a white kerchief, softer to the touch than the morning breeze and pleasanter to the sight than healing to the diseased. I hent it in hand and raised my head to see whence it had fallen, when my eyes met the eyes of the lady who owned these gazelles, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. Now when it was the 113th night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the youth continued to Taj al-Muluk, so I raised my head to see whence this kerchief had fallen, when my eyes met those of the lady who owned these gazelles. And lo! She was looking out of a wicket in a lattice of brass, and never saw my eyes a fairer than she, and in fine my tongue faileth to describe her beauty. When she caught sight of me looking at her, she put her forefinger into her mouth, then joined her middle finger and her witness finger 483 and laid them on her bosom, between her breasts, after which she drew in her head and closed the wicket shutter and went her ways. Thereupon fire broke out in and was heaped upon my heart, and greater grew my smart. The one sight cost me 1,000 sighs, and I abode perplexed, for that I heard no word by her spoken, nor understood the meaning of her token. I looked at the window a second time, but found it shut, and waited patiently till sundown, but sensed no sound and saw no one in view. So when I despaired of seeing her again, I rose from my place, and taking up the handkerchief, opened it, when there breathed from it a scent of musk which caused me so great delight I became as one in paradise. 484 Then I spread it before me, and out dropped from it a delicate little scroll, whereupon I opened the paper, which was perfumed with a delicious perfume, and therein were writ these couplets. I sent to him a scroll that bore my plaint of love, writ in fine delicate hand, for writing proves man's skill. Then quoth to me my friend, why is thy writing thus, so fine, so thin drawn, 'tis to read unsuitable. Quoth I, for that I'm fine drawn, wasted, waxed thin, thus lovers writ should be, for so love wills his will. And after casting my eyes on the beauty of the kerchief 485, I saw upon one of its two borders the following couplets worked in with the needle: his cheek down write, O fair fall the goodly scribe. 2 lines on table of his face in Rayhan hand 486. O the wild marvel of the moon, when comes he forth? And when he bends, O shame to every willow wand. And on the opposite border these two couplets were traced: his cheek down write on his cheek with ambergris on pearl, 2 lines, like jet on apple lian, the goodliest design, slaughter is in those languid ein wiener a glance they deal, and drunkenness in either cheek and not in any wine. When I read the poetry on the handkerchief, the flames of love darted into my heart, and yearning and pining redoubled their smart. So I took the kerchief and the scroll and went home, knowing no means to win my wish, for that I was incapable of conducting love affairs and inexperienced in interpreting hints and tokens. Nor did I reach my home ere the night was far spent, and I found the daughter of my uncle sitting in tears. But as soon as she saw me she wiped away the drops and came up to me, and took off my walking dress and asked me the reason of my absence, saying, "All the folk, emirs and notables and merchants and others, assembled in our house, and the Qazi and the witnesses were also present at the appointed time. They ate and tarried a while sitting to await thine appearance for the writing of the contract, and, when they despaired of thy presence, they dispersed and went their ways. And indeed," she added, "thy father raged with exceeding wrath by reason of this, and swore that he would not celebrate our marriage save during the coming year, for that he hath spent on these festivities great store of money." And she ended by asking, "What hath befallen thee this day to make thee delay till now, and why hast thou allowed that to happen which happened because of thine absence?" Answered I, "O daughter of mine uncle, question me not concerning what hath befallen me." 487 Then I told her all that had passed from beginning to end, and showed her the handkerchief. She took the scroll and read what was written therein, and tears ran down her cheeks, and she repeated these cinquains: "Who saith that love at first of free will came, say him thou liest. Love be grief and grame, yet shall such grame and grief entail no shame. All annals teach us one thing and the same: good current coin clipped coin we may not cleep. And please thou, say there's pleasure in thy pain, find fortune's playful gambols glad and fain, or happy blessings in unhappy Spain, that joy or grieve with equal might and main. Twixt phrase and antiphrase I'm all a heap. But he, withal, whose days are summer bright, whom maids greet with smiling lips delight, whom spicy breezes fan in every sight and winds whate'er he wills, that happy white-blooded coward heart should never keep." Then she asked me, "What said she, and what signs made she to thee?" I answered, "She uttered not a word, but put her forefinger in her mouth, then joining it to her middle finger, laid both fingers on her bosom and pointed to the ground. Thereupon she withdrew her head and shut the wicket, and after that I saw her no more. However, she took my heart with her, so I sat till sundown, expecting her again to look out of the window, but she did it not, and, when I despaired of her, I rose from my seat and came home. This is my history, and I beg thee to help me in this my sore calamity." Upon this she raised her face to me and said, "O son of mine uncle, if thou soughtest my eye, I would tear it for thee from its eyelids, and perforce I cannot but aid thee to thy desire and aid her also to her desire, for she is whelmed in passion for thee even as thou for her." Asked I, "And what is the interpretation of her signs?" And as Isa answered, "As for the putting her finger in her mouth 488, it showed that thou art to her as her soul to her body, and that she would bite into union with thee with her wisdom teeth. As for the kerchief, it betokeneth that her breath of life is bound up in thee. As for the placing her 2 fingers on her bosom between her breasts, its explanation is that she saith the sight of thee may dispel my grief. For know, O my cousin, that she loveth thee and she trusteth in thee. This is my interpretation of her signs, and, could I come and go at will, I would bring thee and her together in shortest time, and curtain you both with my skirt." Hearing these words I thanked her, continued the young merchant, for speaking thus, and said to myself, I will wait 2 days. So I abode 2 days in the house, neither going out nor coming in, neither eating nor drinking, but I laid my head on my cousin's lap, whilst she comforted me and said to me, "Be resolute and of good heart and hope for the best." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. Now when it was the 114th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the youth pursued to Taj al-Muluk, and when the 2 days were past she said to me, Be of good cheer and clear thine eyes of tears, and take courage to dress thyself and go to her, according to thy tryst. Then she rose and changed my clothes and perfumed me with incense smoke. So I braced myself up and hardened my heart and went out and walked on till I came to the by-street, where I sat down on the bench a while. And behold, the wicket suddenly opened, and I looked up, and seeing her, fell down in a swoon. When I revived, I called up resolution and took courage and gazed again at her, and again became insensible to the world around me. Then I came to myself, and looking at her, saw that she held in hand a mirror and a red kerchief. Now when she caught my glance, she bared her forearms and opened her 5 fingers and smote her breast with palm and digits, and after this she raised her hands and, holding the mirror outside the wicket, she took the red kerchief and retired into the room with it, but presently returned, and putting out her hand with the kerchief, let it down towards the lane 3 several times, dipping it and raising it as often. Then she wrung it out and folded it in her hands, bending down her head the while, after which she drew it in from the lattice and, shutting the wicket shutter, went away without a single word. Nay, she left me confounded and knowing not what signified her signs. 489 I tarried sitting there till supper time and did not return home till near midnight, and there I found the daughter of my uncle with her cheek prode in her hand and her eyelids pouring forth tears, and she was repeating these couplets: Woe's me! Why should the blamer gar thee blaming trow? How be consoled for thee that art so tender bow? Bright being, on my vitals dost thou prey, and drive my heart before Platonic passions 494 to bow. Thy Turk-like 491 glances havoc deal in core of me, as furbished sword thin ground at curve could never show. Thou weighest me down with weight of care, while I have not strength e'en to bear my shift, so weakness lays me low. Indeed I weep blood tears to hear the blamer say the lashes of thy lover's ain shall pierce thee through. Thou hast, my prince of loveliness, an overseer 492 who wrongs me, and a groom 493 who beats me down with brow. He foully lies who says all loveliness belonged to Joseph. In thy loveliness is many a joe. I force myself to turn from thee, in deadly fright of spies, and what the force that turns away my sight? When I heard her verse, cark increased and care redoubled on me, and I fell down in a corner of our house, whereupon she arose in haste and, coming to me, lifted me up and took off my outer clothes and wiped my face with her sleeve. Then she asked me what had befallen me, and I described all that had happened from her. Quoth she, O my cousin, as for her sign to thee with her palm and 5 fingers, its interpretation is, return after 5 days, and the putting forth of her head out of the window, and her gestures with the mirror and the letting down and raising up and wringing out of the red kerchief 494 signify, sit in the dyer's shop till my messenger come to thee. When I heard her words fire flamed up in my heart, and I exclaimed, O daughter of my uncle, thou sayest sooth in this thine interpretation, for I saw in the street the shop of a Jew dyer. Then I wept, and she said, Be of good cheer and strong heart, of a truth others are occupied with love for years and endure with constancy the ardour of passion, whilst thou hast but a week to wait. Why then this impatience? Thereupon she went on cheering me with comfortable talk and brought me food, so I took a mouthful and tried to eat but could not, and I abstained from meat and drink and estranged myself from the solace of sleep, till my color waxed yellow and I lost my good looks, for I had never been in love before nor had I ever savored the ardour of passion save this time. So I fell sick, and my cousin also sickened on my account, but she would relate to me, by way of consolation, stories of love and lovers every night till I fell asleep, and whenever I awoke, I found her wakeful for my sake with tears running down her cheeks. This ceased not till the 5 days were past, when my cousin rose and warmed some water and bathed me with it. Then she dressed me in my best and said to me, Repair to her and Allah fulfill thy wish and bring thee to thy desire of thy beloved. So I went out and ceased not walking until I came to the upper end of the by-street. As it was the Sabbath 495, I found the dyer's shop locked and sat before it, till I heard the call to mid-afternoon prayer. Then the sun yellowed and the muezzins 496 chanted the call to sundown prayer and the night came, but I saw no sign nor heard one word, nor knew any news of her. So I feared for my life sitting there alone, and at last I arose and walked home reeling like a drunken man. When I reached the house, I found my cousin Aziza standing, with one hand grasping a peg driven into the wall and the other on her breast, and she was sighing and groaning and repeating these couplets, the longing of an Arab lass forlorn of kith and kin, who to hydrogen willow wand and myrtle 497 doth incline, and who, when meeting caravan, shall with love low set light to bivouac fire, and bring for drink her tears of pain and pine, exceeds not mine for him nor more devotion shows, but he seeing my heart is holy his spurns love as sin indine. Now when she had finished her verse she turned to me and, seeing me, wiped away her tears and my tears with her sleeve. Then she smiled in my face and said, O my cousin, Allah grant thee enjoyment of that which he hath given thee. Why didst thou not pass the night by the side of thy beloved, and why hast thou not fulfilled thy desire of her? When I heard her words, I gave her a kick in the breast and she fell down in the saloon and her brow struck upon the edge of the raised pavement and hit against a wooden peg therein. I looked at her and saw that her forehead was cut open and the blood running, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. Now when it was the 115th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the young merchant continued to Taj al-Muluk. Now when I kicked the daughter of my uncle in the breast she fell on the edge of the raised pavement in the saloon and her brow struck upon a wooden peg. Thereby her forehead was cut open and the blood ran down, but she was silent and did not utter a single sound. 498 Presently she rose up, and made some tinder of rags, then staunching with it the bleeding wound, bound her forehead with a bandage, after which she wiped up the blood that had fallen on the carpet, and it was as if nothing had been. Presently she came up to me and smiling in my face, said with gentle voice, By Allah, O son of my uncle, I spake not these words to mock at thee or at her. But I was troubled with an ache in my head and was minded to be blooded, but now thou hast eased my head and lightened my brow, so tell me what hath befallen thee today. Thereupon I told her all that had passed between me and her that day, and she wept as she heard my words and said, O son of my uncle, rejoice at the good tidings of thy desire being fulfilled and thine aim being attained. Of a truth this is a sign of acceptance, for that she stayed away only because she wisheth to try thee and know if thou be patient or not, and sincere in thy love for her or otherwise. Tomorrow, repair to her at the old place and see what sign she maketh to thee, for indeed thy gladness is near and the end of thy sadness is at hand. And she went on to comfort me, but my cark and care ceased not to increase on me. Presently she brought me food which I kicked away with my foot so that the contents of every saucer were scattered in all directions, and I said, Every lover is a madman, he inclineth not to food neither enjoyeth he sleep. And my cousin Aziza rejoined, By Allah, O son of my uncle, these be in very deed the signs of love. And the tears streamed down her cheeks when as she gathered the fragments of the saucers and wiped up the food, then she took seat and talked to me, whilst I prayed Allah to hasten the dawn. At last, when morning arose with its sheen and shine, I went out to seek her and hastening to her by street sat down on that bench, when lo! The wicket opened and she put out her head laughing. Then she disappeared within and returned with a mirror, a bag, and a pot full of green plants, and she held in hand a lamp. The first thing she did was to take the mirror and, putting it into the bag, tie it up and throw it back into the room. Then she let down her hair over her face and set the lamp on the pot of flowers during the twinkling of an eye. Then she took up all the things and went away, shutting the window without saying a word. My heart was riven by the state of the case, and by her secret signals, her mysterious secrets and her utter silence, and thereby my longing waxed more violent and my passion and distraction redoubled on me. So I retraced my steps, tearful-eyed and heavy-hearted, and returned home, where I found the daughter of my uncle sitting with her face to the wall, for her heart was burning with grief and galling jealousy, albeit her affection forbade her to acquaint me with what she suffered of passion and pining when she saw the excess of my longing and distraction. Then I looked at her and saw on her head 2 bandages, one on account of the accident to her forehead and the other over her eye in consequence of the pain she endured for stress of weeping, and she was in miserable plight, shedding tears and repeating these couplets I number writes, indeed I count night after night, yet lived I long ere learned so sore a comp to see. Ah, dear friend, I compass not what Allah pleased to doom for Layla, nor what Allah destined for me. Ah, to other giving her and unto me her love, what loss but Layla's loss would he I ever dree. Ah. And when she had finished her reciting, she looked towards me and seeing me through her tears, wiped them away and came up to me hastily, but could not speak for excess of love. So she remained silent for some while and then said, O my cousin, tell me what befell thee with her this time. I told her all that had passed, and she said, Be patient, for the time of thy union is come and thou hast attained the object of thy hopes. As for her signal to thee with the mirror which she put in the bag, it said to thee, when the sun is set, and the letting down of her hair over her face signified, when night is near and letteth fall the blackness of the dark and hath starkened the daylight, come hither. As for her gesture with the pot of green plants, it meant, when thou comest, enter the flower garden which is behind the street, and as for her sign with the lamp, it denoted, when thou enterest the flower garden, walk down it and make for the place where thou seest the lamp shining, and seat thyself beneath it and await me, for the love of thee is killing me. When I heard these words from my cousin, I cried out from excess of passion and said, How long wilt thou promise me? And I go to her, but get not my will nor find any true sense in thine interpreting. Upon this she laughed and replied, It remaineth for thee but to have patience during the rest of this day till the light darken and the night starken, and thou shalt enjoy union and accomplish thy hopes, and indeed all my words be without leasing. Then she repeated these 2 couplets, Let days their folds and plies deploy, and shun the house that deals annoy. Full oft when joy seems farthest far, thou nigh most art to hour of joy. Then she drew near to me and began to comfort me with soothing speech, but dared not bring me aught of food, fearing lest I be angry with her and hoping I might incline to her. So when coming to me she only took off my upper garment and said to me, Sit, O my cousin, that I may divert thee with talk till the end of the day, and, Almighty Allah willing, as soon as it is night thou shalt be with thy beloved. But I paid no heed to her and ceased not looking for the approach of darkness, saying, O Lord, hasten the coming of the night. And when night set in, the daughter of my uncle wept with sore weeping and gave me a crumb of pure musk, and said to me, O my cousin, put this crumb in thy mouth, and when thou hast won union with thy beloved and hast taken thy will of her and she hath granted thee thy desire, repeat to her this couplet, Ho, lovers all. By Allah, say me sooth, what shall he do when love sore vexed youth? 499. And she kissed me and swore me not to repeat this couplet till I should be about to leave my lover, and I said, Hearing is obeying. And when it was supper tide I went out and ceased not walking until I came to the flower garden, whose door I found open. So I entered and, seeing a light in the distance, made towards it, and reaching it, came to a great pavilion vaulted over with a dome of ivory and ebony, and the lamp hung from the midst of the dome. The floor was spread with silken carpets embroidered in gold and silver, and under the lamp stood a great candle, burning in a candelabrum of gold. In mid-pavilion was a fountain adorned with all manner of figures 500, and by its side stood a table covered with a silken napkin, and on its edge a great porcelain bottle full of wine, with a cup of crystal inlaid with gold. Near all these was a large tray of silver covered over, and when I uncovered it I found therein fruits of every kind, figs, and pomegranates, grapes and oranges, citrons, and shaddocks 501 disposed amongst an infinite variety of sweet-scented flowers, such as rose, jasmine, myrtle, eglantine, narcissus, and all sorts of sweet-smelling herbs. I was charmed with the place and I joyed with exceeding joy, albeit I found not there a living soul, and my grief and anxiety ceased from me. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. Now when it was the 116th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the young merchant continued to Taj al-Muluk, I was charmed with the place and joyed with great joy, albeit there I found not a living soul of Almighty Allah's creatures, and saw nor slave nor handmaid to oversee these things or to watch and ward these properties. So I sat down in the pavilion to await the coming of the beloved of my heart, but the first hour of the night passed by, and the second hour, and the third hour, and still she came not. Then hunger grew sore upon me, for that it was long since I had tasted food by reason of the violence of my love, but when I found the place even as my cousin had told me, and saw the truth of her interpretation of my beloved's signs, my mind was set at rest and I felt the pangs of hunger. Moreover, the odor of the viands on the table excited me to eat. So making sure of attaining my desire, and being famished for food, I went up to the table and raised the cover and found in the middle a china dish containing 4 chickens reddened with roasting and seasoned with spices, round the which were 4 saucers, one containing sweetmeats, another conserve of pomegranate seeds, a third almond pastry 502, and a fourth honey fritters, and the contents of these saucers were part sweet and part sour. So I ate of the fritters and a piece of meat, then went on to the almond cakes and ate what I could, after which I fell upon the sweetmeats, whereof I swallowed a spoonful or 2 or 3 or 4, ending with part of a chicken and a mouthful of something beside. Upon this my stomach became full and my joints loose, and I waxed too drowsy to keep awake, so I laid my head on a cushion, after having washed my hands, and sleep overcame me. I knew not what happened to me after this, and I awoke not till the sun's heat scorched me, for that I had never once tasted sleep for days past. When I awoke I found on my stomach a piece of salt and a bit of charcoal, so I stood up and shook my clothes and turned to look right and left, but could see no one, and discovered that I had been sleeping on the marble pavement without bedding beneath me. I was perplexed thereat and afflicted with great affliction, the tears ran down my cheeks and I mourned for myself. Then I returned home, and when I entered, I found my cousin beating her hand on her bosom and weeping tears like rain-shedding clouds, and she versified with these couplets: blows from my lover's land a zephyr coolly sweet, and with its every breath makes olden love new glow. O zephyr of the morning hour, come show to us each lover hath his lot, his share of joy and woe. Could I but win one dearest wish, we had embraced with what embrace and clip of breast fond lovers know. Allah forbids, while bides unseen my cousin's face, all joys the world can give or hand of time bestow. Would heaven I knew his heart were like this heart of me, melted by passion flame and charged with longing low. When she saw me, she rose in haste and wiped away her tears and addressed me with her soft speech, saying, O son of my uncle, verily Allah hath been gracious to thee in thy love, for that she whom thou lovest loveth thee, whilst I pass my time in weeping and bewailing my severance from thee who blamest me and chidest me, but may Allah not punish thee for my sake. Thereupon she smiled in my face a smile of reproach and caressed me, then taking off my walking clothes, she spread them out and said, By Allah, this is not the scent of one who hath enjoyed his lover. So tell me what hath befallen thee, O my cousin. I told her all that had passed, And she smiled again a smile of reproach and said, Verily, my heart is full of pain, but may he not live who would hurt thy heart. Indeed, this woman maketh herself inordinately dear and difficult to thee, and by Allah, O son of my uncle, I fear for thee from her. 503 Know, O my cousin, that the meaning of the salt is thou wast drowned in sleep like insipid food, disgustful to the taste, and it is as though she said to thee, it behoveth thou be salted lest the stomach eject thee, for thou professest to be of the lovers noble and true, but sleep is unlawful and to a lover undue, therefore is thy love but a lie. However, it is her love for thee that lieth, for she saw thee asleep yet aroused thee not, and were her love for thee true, she had indeed awoken thee. As for the charcoal, it means Allah blacken thy face. 504 For thou makest a lying pretence of love, whereas thou art naught but a child and hast no object in life other than eating and drinking and sleeping. Such is the interpretation of her signs, and may Allah Almighty deliver thee from her. When I heard my cousin's words, I beat my hand upon my breast and cried out, By Allah, this is the very truth, for I slept and lovers sleep not. Indeed I have sinned against myself, for what could have wrought me more hurt than eating and sleeping? Now what shall I do? Then I wept sore and said to the daughter of my uncle, Tell me how to act and have pity on me, so may Allah have pity on thee, else I shall die. As my cousin loved me with very great love, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. Now when it was the 117th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the young merchant continued his tale to Taj al-Muluk. Thereupon quoth I to the daughter of my uncle, Tell me what to do and have pity on me, so may Allah have pity on thee. As the daughter of my uncle loved me with great love, she replied, On my head and eyes. But, O my cousin, I repeat what I have told thee oftentimes, if I could go in and out at will, I would at once bring you two together and cover you both with my skirt, nor would I do this but hoping to win thy favor. Inshallah, I will do my utmost endeavor to unite you, but hear my words and do my bidding. Go thou to the very same place and sit down where thou sattest before, and at supper tide look thou eat not, for eating induceth sleep, and have a care thou slumber not, for she will not come to thee till a fourth part of the night be past. And the Almighty avert her mischief from thee. Now when I heard these words I rejoiced and besought Allah to hasten the night, and, as soon as it was dark, I was minded to go, and my cousin said to me, When thou shalt have met her, repeat to her the couplet I taught thee before, at the time of thy leave-taking. Replied I, On my head and eyes, and went out and repaired to the garden, where I found all made ready in the same state as on the previous night, with every requisite of meat and drink, dried fruits, sweet-scented flowers, and so forth. I went up into the pavilion and smelt the odor of the viands, and my spirit lusted after them, but I possessed my soul in patience for a while, till at last I could no longer withstand temptation. So I arose from my seat and went up to the table and, raising its cover, found a dish of fowls, surrounded by 4 saucers containing 4 several meats. I ate a mouthful of each kind and as much as I would of the sweetmeats and a piece of meat, then I drank from the saucer a sauce yellowed with saffron. 505 And as it pleased me, I supped it up by the spoonful till I was satisfied and my stomach was full. Upon this, my eyelids drooped, so I took a cushion and set it under my head, saying, Haply I can recline upon it without going to sleep. Then I closed my eyes and slept, nor did I wake till the sun had risen, when I found on my stomach a cube of bone. 506 A single tip-cat stick. 507 The stone of a green date. 508 And a carob pod. There was no furniture nor aught else in the place, and it was as if there had been nothing there yesterday. So I rose and shaking all these things off me, fared forth in fury, and, going home, found my cousin groaning and verifying with these couplets: A wasted body, heart and pierced to core, and tears that down my poor cheeks pour, and lover door of access, but still naught save what's fair can come from fairest flow are, O cousin mine thou fill'st my soul with pain, and from these tears mine eyelids ache full sore. I chid the daughter of my uncle and abused her, whereat she wept, then, wiping away her tears, she came up to me and kissed me and began pressing me to her bosom, whilst I held back from her blaming myself. Then said she to me, O my cousin, it seemeth thou sleptest again this night. Replied I, Yes, and when I awoke, I found on my stomach a cube of bone, a single tipcat stick, a stone of a green date and a carob pod, and I know not why she did this. Then I wept and went up to her and said, Expound to me her meaning in so doing and tell me how shall I act and aid me in my sore strait. She answered, On my head and eyes. By the single tipcat stick and the cube of bone which she placed upon thy stomach she saith to thee, Thy body is present but thy heart is absent, and she meaneth, Love is not thus, so do not reckon thyself among lovers. As for the date stone, it is as if she said to thee, An thou wert in love thy heart would be burning with passion and thou wouldst not taste the delight of sleep, for the sweet of love is like a green date 509 which kindleth a coal of fire in the vitals. As for the carob pod 510 it signifieth to thee, the lover's heart is wearied, and thereby she saith, Be patient under our separation with the patience of Job. When I heard this interpretation, fires darted into my vitals like a dart and grief redoubled upon my heart and I cried out, saying, Allah decreed sleep to me for my ill fortune. Then I said to her, O my cousin, by my life, devise me some device whereby I may win my will of her. She wept and answered, O Aziz, O son of my uncle, verily my heart is full of sad thought which I cannot speak, but go thou again tonight to the same place and beware thou sleep not, and thou shalt surely attain thy desire. This is my counsel and peace be with thee. Quoth I, If Allah please I will not sleep, but will do as thou biddest me. Then my cousin rose, and brought me food, saying, Eat now what may suffice thee, that nothing may divert thy heart. So I ate my fill and, when night came, my cousin rose and bringing me a sumptuous suit of clothes clad me therein. Then she made me swear I would repeat to my lover the verse aforesaid and bade me beware of sleeping. So I left her and repaired to the garden and went up into that same pavilion where I occupied myself in holding my eyelids open with my fingers and nodding my head as the night darkened on me and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. Now when it was the 118th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the young merchant continued to Taj al-Muluk, so I repaired to the garden and went up into that same pavilion and occupied myself in gazing upon the flower beds and in holding my eyelids open with my fingers and nodding my head as the night darkened on me. And presently I grew hungry with watching and the smell of the meats being wafted towards me, my appetite increased, so I went up to the table and took off the cover and ate a mouthful of every dish and a bit of meat, after which I turned to the flagon of wine, saying to myself, I will drink 1 cup. I drank it, and then I drank a second and a third, till I had drunk full 10, when the cool air smote me and I fell to the earth like a felled man. I ceased not to lie thus till day arose, when I awoke and found myself outside the garden, and on my stomach were a butcher's knife and a dram weight of iron 511. Thereat I trembled and, taking them with me, went home, where I found my cousin saying, Verily, I am in this house wretched and sorrowful, having no helper but weeping. Now when I entered, I fell down at full length and throwing the knife and the dram weight from my hand, I fainted clean away. As soon as I came to myself, I told her what had befallen me and said, Indeed, I shall never enjoy my desire. But when she saw my tears and my passion, they redoubled her distress on my account, and she cried, Verily, I am helpless. I warned thee against sleeping, but thou wouldst not hearken to my warning, nor did my words profit thee aught. I rejoined, By Allah, I conjure thee to explain to me the meaning of the knife and the iron dram weight. By the dram weight, replied my cousin, she alladeth to her right eye 512, and she sweareth by it and saith by the Lord of all creatures and by my right eye. If thou come here again and sleep, I will cut thy throat with this very knife. And indeed I fear for thee, O my cousin, from her malice, my heart is full of anguish for thee and I cannot speak. Nevertheless, if thou can be sure of thyself not to sleep when thou returnest to her, return to her and beware of sleeping and thou shalt attain thy desire, but if when returning to her thou wilt sleep, as is thy wont, she will surely slaughter thee. Asked I, What shall I do, O daughter of my uncle? I beg thee, by Allah, to help me in this my calamity. Answered she, On my head and eyes. If thou wilt hearken to my words and do my bidding, thou shalt have thy will. Quoth I will indeed hearken to thy words and do thy bidding, and quoth she, When it is time for thee to go, I will tell thee. Then she pressed me to her bosom and laying me on the bed, shampooed my feet, till drowsiness overcame me and I was drowned in sleep. Then she took a fan and seated herself at my head with the fan in her hand, and she was weeping till her clothes were wet with tears. Now when she saw that I was awake, she wiped away the drops and fetched me some food and set it before me. I refused it, but she said to me, Did I not tell thee that thou must do my bidding? Eat. So I ate and thwarted her not, and she proceeded to put the food into my mouth and I to masticate it, till I was full. Then she made me drink jujube sherbet 513 and sugar and washed my hands and dried them with a kerchief, after which she sprinkled me with rose water, that with her a